And then
Good evening. Today is March 28th, and we would like to convene the Single Family Design Board for today. If we could start with a roll call, please.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start roll call. Chair Miller is absent. Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Board Member Ara Kellyan.
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger.
Yes.
Board Member Klein is absent. And Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. This is the general business portion of our meeting. If any member of the public would like to address the board on any issue that's relevant for our board, but that is not related to an agendized item, now would be your opportunity to do so, and staff will provide you with directions.
thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. And if you're attending the meeting and you would like to make public comment on an item not on today's agenda, you may do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you would like to speak. Vice Chair Kalas, at this time, I don't see any hands raised, so I think we can turn it back to you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so I think we have some meeting minutes to review for the 14th of March. If staff could bring up those meeting minutes. And perhaps we could run through them quickly. And
Yes.
then we can go ahead and have a motion made afterwards. I did have a couple items myself. I don't know if anybody else does. I had a question on the public comment. Is it typical that we just list public speakers, or do we provide any subject matter in terms of what they speak on?
Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. We just provide the name of the speakers. Staff doesn't include a summary of the speaker's comments.
Okay, thank you. On page 4 of the meeting minutes, under the motion, item 1, I believe, and Mr. Ara Kellyan could clarify this for us, that the intent of that comment was the applicant has adequately addressed all of the, I believe it's findings from, all of the, it should be comments from the previous motion, not findings. But perhaps Mr. Ara Kellyan could confirm that.
Ms. Rydell, can you scroll down to page 4? So that's on the screen. And it's going to be at the top, item 1.
Noting findings, and I'm suspecting that that meant to say comments.
Comments.
Was that a correction, Mr. Ara Kellyan?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 5, I noticed that no explanation of opposition was given, which is inconsistent with the item that's memorialized on page 7, where the dissenting voter, their opposition was memorialized.
Thank you, Vice Chair Klaus. We can go back and look at the minutes, or not the minutes, but the tape, and confirm if that was formally announced after the motion. That's typically where we'd include it.
Great. Did anybody else have any comments, or should we continue scrolling through?
I did not.
Thank you. Mr. Motisha, did you have any comments about the meeting minutes?
No.
Mr. Arakelian, did you have any further comments?
I do not.
Okay. So if someone would like to make a motion for approval,
So moved.
I'll second it.
if we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you. Go ahead and begin the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arakelian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
and Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to the approval of the consent calendar from earlier today, March 28th.
Thank you, Vice Chair Claus. I'll go through the draft minutes from today's meeting. This consent calendar was reviewed by Vice Chair Claus. Item A, 398 West Mountain Drive, received project design approval and final approval. Item B, 11 Via Alicia, received approval, review after final with conditions. Item C, 520 La Marina Drive, received project design approval and final approval. And we can skip down to item D with findings. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I apologize for interjecting. I just wanted to comment that item C did not receive final approval. Staff can make those corrections. It only received project design approval.
Perfect, thank you. So just project design approval with findings. Item D, 140 Camino Alto Road, received project design approval and final approval with conditions and findings. And item E, 469 Scenic Drive, received project design approval and final approval with comments and findings. And that concludes the minutes.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments on the minutes?
None here.
No.
Okay. So with the one exception where the clarification needs to be, I guess we're voting with the clarification that the one item will receive PDA rather than just PDA and final. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion. That we approve this.
I'll second that. If we could take a vote, please. Roll call.
Thank you. Go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Arakelian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Klaus.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay. At this time, it's an opportunity for announcements, requests by applicants for continuances or withdrawals on any future agenda items or appeals. Do we have any of the above from staff?
Vice Chair Kalas, this is Ellen Kokinda, Acting Design Review Supervisor. I just wanted to remind the board and members of the public that beginning on April 1st, all of our design review boards and commissions will be in person. And so this we'll be holding our meetings in the David Gebhardt room at 630 Garden Street. The remote, we will no longer be supporting remote public comment, that we will support written correspondence via mail or email, and then in-person comment. And we just, so the first meeting for you all will be the SFDB consent calendar, but for full board, it will be on April 11th. So we look forward to seeing you in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we all look forward to being back in person in general. Great. Are there any subcommittee reports at this time?
Actually, apologies, Vice Chair Klaus. We do have one other announcement. Staff did receive an appeal of 1460 La Cima Road that was reviewed by the board at the last meeting on March 14th. We don't have any additional information at this point, but I'm just letting the board know that we did receive an appeal for that project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any subcommittee reports at this time? I don't think so. Okay, great. I think we can move on to our agenda. So item 1 is 1510 Santa Rosa Avenue. It's here for project design approval and final approval. This is a continued item. Mr. Brentlinger, would you like to read the project description since I'm taking over for Mr. Miller and don't want to have to do it all today?
Okay, 1510 Santa Rosa Avenue is a proposal to demolish a detached 400 square foot two-car carport, construct a new 804 square foot basement, and a new detached 554 square foot two-car garage, and a new 783 square foot accessory dwelling unit above the garage. The project includes a new 350 square foot deck above the existing family room for the primary residence, an enclosure of a 33 square foot breezeway for new habitable space. The proposed total of 3,567 square feet on a 13,503 square foot lot is 86% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. And project design approval and final approval are requested along with neighborhood preservation findings, which are required. And the project was last reviewed on February 28th, 2022.
Great. If we could have staff bring up comments and confirm that there is an applicant here to present. So it looks like there were 2 comments here. The project was continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments: that the northern deck shall be removed and relocated, and that the applicant was to study reconfiguring the stairway so it does not cause traffic in front of the access door to the ADU. That motion was made by Mr. Motisha, seconded by myself, and it passed unanimously 6-0. Do we have an applicant?
Thank you, Vice Chair Clausen. Yes, Mr. Mansfield, you can go ahead and proceed with your presentation. I don't have any staff comments at this time.
Thank you.
Everybody hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you.
All
I
right,
can't
great.
see you
I had to
quite
hit
just
Alt
yet.
A there for a minute, but we're all good to go. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kalas and board members. And there we go. There I am.
Perfect.
Hello, Mr. Manfield.
So if we want to, let's see, we want to go to 2 of 6, please. 2 of 6, which is A102, sheet A102. I'm sorry, go one more. There you go, 3 of 6. And the 2 items that we needed to address, if we can zoom into the lower left corner, just the proposed ADU portion now, if you can make a box right through there. There you go, that's about right. All right, so what we've done is we've done away with the north side decking. In your comments there, it said remove and relocate, but we're not relocating, we're just removing. And then what we also had done is we stretched the staircase leading up closer, going towards your right, which is the south side, to give us just enough of a landing up at the top so that we can still access the new deck above. And then the second item that we needed to address was the entry to the ADU up above there. And if you'll notice the 1 foot dimension where there's a little niche there on the deck where I don't know if you recall, well, there's a new bedroom, the top new bedroom, we've done away with the entry that we had, and we created a slight walk-in closet. And so we did away with that entry so that we would not have any congestion going up to the deck. So those are the two items that we needed to address, and that's what we have done. It's pretty much all there is to explain, really. Okay. Did that affect your exterior elevations at all, Mr. Mansfield? No, it did not. And if you, let's see, if you go the next, I believe 4 of 6, there's our roof plan. So you can see where just the decking is located now. And then if you go to 5 of 6, you'll notice that what we did is, if you can zoom into the upper right corner elevation, just, yeah, there you go, right there. We've done away with the deck in the back on the north side there, but we didn't want to disturb that look. So we didn't raise or lower anything other than if you notice that 2-foot dimension, we're going to generate some storage from the garage below with a with a little attic access door, perhaps. So that 2 feet of space there, we'll use that for storage from the garage inside. And the top of where the top of the 2-foot dimension is located, that'll be flat roof to match the existing flat roof around the other portion of the existing house. And that way we don't have a giant monolith back there. And if we raised it, it would just be this monolith. If we lowered it, it would create a big wall back there. So we figured we'd just leave it as is, because it still looks pleasant the way it is right now.
I'm lost. I don't know. You mean over to the left here?
The right-hand side, where you see the 2-foot dimension there, where you see the keynote 6 and 5.
I think it's on the right-hand side, not the left.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Motisha.
Yeah, it's my other left. It's the right.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
that apologies on that.
That 2 foot, it denotes a raised roof right there, or
Correct.
attic space?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, let's let Mr. Mansfield finish his presentation. Was there anything else that you wanted to share with us, Mr. Mansfield?
No, that was it.
Go into questions.
Those are the items that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there.
No, that's okay. I was just saying, before we ask questions or have comments, I just wanted to make sure you were done with your presentation.
Yeah, no, we're done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Motisha, do you have any? Oh, I'm sorry. It's that time. We'd like to provide an opportunity for anybody from the public who would like to ask questions or speak on this project to do so. Staff, if you could provide direction.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. If you're attending the meeting and would like to voice any comments on this particular item, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you'd like to speak. And at this time, Vice Chair Kalas, I do not see any hands raised. Ms. Fennessy, can you let us know if we received any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, and I still do not see any hands raised. So I'll hand it back to the board.
Thank you. So we'll start. Mr. Motisha, do you have any additional questions beyond those that you asked?
No, that's everything is okay with me. No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Brentlinger.
I have one quick question, which is mostly clarification for Mr. Mansfield. Could we look at the elevation on A202, please? Yeah, the flip side. Yeah, thank you. And could you focus in on the top drawing in the middle, where right there? Thank you. So my question is, Mr. Mansfield, the Juliet balcony on the right here, I guess I'm finally understanding that, is that just a ornamental balcony? In other words, it doesn't really lead to anything?
The right-hand side Yes, you're right. Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, it certainly makes the elevation look good. I just hadn't realized that it wasn't attached to anything on the inside. So I'll leave it at that, but appreciate your effort there.
Mhm.
Okay, the only question I have is in regards to this item related to what was the deck and is now the roof, Mr. Mansfield. So when you say you're going to take advantage of a portion of that for storage, you're intending to raise the, I'll call it ceiling framing in the garage in that area in order to provide 2 feet of additional height? Is that effectively what you're saying?
No, the ceiling will stay the same. We'll more than likely have an attic access opening that you can go. It's going to be like a little, just a little 2-foot storage area. But no, the framing stays the same. As you can see in this elevation view we're looking at, you can see the ceiling of the garage and the floor of the ADU above. That'll stay the same all the way across.
Okay, but there will be framing from that 2-foot mark down that is effectively your waterproofing membrane for the roof,
Correct.
and then your storage will be below that.
Correct.
Okay. That was my only question. So comments, we'll start with Ms.
Sorry, I have a question to follow up on your inquiry about that roof over the storage area in the garage. Is that going to be the same flat roof that is indicated, probably indicated on the roof plan?
Correct.
And with a slope or with?
Correct. It'll have a slope. It'll slope to drain.
Then you need, where are of course, that brings up another question. Drains for all the flat roofs.
It'll match the scuppers that are on the existing residence that I'm not showing on the drawings here, but if you go to the roof plan, which is let's see, one more, I believe, 5 of 6, or I'm sorry, 4 of 6. Yeah, there you go. You can see the slopes on the existing roof. You can see the slopes on the new ADU, and then you can see the slope on that new roof deck in the back.
Okay, you need to show the scuppers that you had mentioned on the elevations. We need to know where they're coming out and what they look like on the elevations.
Okay, so Mr. Motisha, we'll let you make your comments now since we were on comments. This is your comments turn.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'll mix up comments and yes. The ADU, you move the door over so I'm just talking, that's a comment. The entry down to the ADU is the sliding door off of the deck that you retained. You made just kind of an indentation flower pot location for the exterior previous door that went into it that now does not go into it. No, I like I think what you've done follows our guidelines and it follows our requests from your last meeting. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Arakelian, did you have any comments?
I believe the changes in this project is currently aesthetically appropriate, fits within our guidelines, and is ready for PDA as long as the proposed scuppers and downspouts match the existing. Thanks.
Mr. Brentlinger?
Not much, just that I appreciate the responsiveness to the minutes from the last meeting. And I do like the look of the step back on the second floor that you retained upon removing the deck. So I appreciate that. Otherwise, I'm in support.
And I don't really have much to add to the comments that the board has made. I think you've addressed all of our comments, and I agree that keeping the parapet at the same level as the guardrail up above is aesthetically appropriate. I think it provides a nice step down from the second floor massing. So would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll give it a go.
Okay.
And Board Member Bretlinger, before you make your motion, they are here for both project design and final approval. So you can grant both or just project design approval. And if you'd like to note any conditions of your approval, you can include that in your motion.
Okay. Thank you for that. I move to, reading all this, I move to approve the project for project design approval and for final approval with really only one condition, that the scuppers that were not detailed on the plans do match the existing scuppers on the existing residence. And then I think we're also dealing with neighborhood preservation as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you can go through the relative findings. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're approving it from a neighborhood preservation standpoint, basically because of the consistency of appearance. The proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale is appropriate to the site and neighborhood. The proposed building and structures are designed with quality architectural details, and the proposed materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline or hillside. The trees, under trees, the proposed project does not include the removal of or significantly impact any designated specimen tree, historic tree, or landmark tree. The proposed project, to the maximum extent possible, feasible, preserves and protects healthy, non-invasive trees with a trunk diameter of 4 inches or more, measured 4 feet above natural grade. If the project includes or remove any healthy, non-invasive trees so measured, the project includes a plan to mitigate the impact of such removal by planting replacement trees in accordance with applicable tree replacement ratios. In addition, the public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. The project generally complies with the good neighbor guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and lighting. And finally, the development, including proposed structures and grading, preserves significant public scenic views of and from the hillside.
I second that.
I'd like to make a request of the maker of the motion to add 2 things to the motion, if acceptable. Since we're giving them final, it might be prudent to add a comment that all detailing, colors, and texture match existing. And then also that the roof framing that is proposed over the garage area where the deck was previously proposed, that be shown on the drawings.
Okay. I'm amenable to adding those 2 conditions to my first motion. And could we read, shall I state that again, or could you just read it from your notes?
Board Member Bretlinger and Ms. Fennessy can go through the motion. I just want to double check that the seconder accepts those changes as well, and then we can go through.
Yes.
Okay, so if Ms. Fennessy could read those back, please.
Thank you. I have project design approval and final approval with conditions and findings that the scuppers match the existing, all detailing, colors, textures match existing, roof framing proposed over the garage area be shown on drawings, and the neighborhood preservation findings.
Thank you. Does that sound right, Mr. Bretlinger?
I believe just one finer detail on the roof framing, it dealt with only the portion of the that is under the deck on the west side of the structure.
Yeah, where the deck was previously proposed.
Correct. Ms. Fennessy, does that work for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And just to confirm, is that acceptable with the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Congratulations, Mr. Mansfield. Since you're receiving a PDA today and final approval, this project will be appealable for 10 days by anyone from the public who's interested in doing so. They may follow the instructions on the screen or contact planning staff at the City of Santa Barbara to do so. So I think we are, I'm sorry, Mr. Mansfield.
I said, thank you kindly, folks. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening.
Likewise.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 2. We're a little ahead of schedule, but I think we're still within the time constraints. If staff can confirm that for me.
Thank you, Vice Chair Class. Yes, we're within the time frame allowed to start the next item.
Okay, great. So the next item is 1709 Bath Street. This is here for project design approval and final approval. This is a new item. And Mr. Arakelian, if you would like to read the project description for us, that would be much appreciated.
Sure. Proposal to renovate an existing 1,132 square foot single unit residence throughout, construct a new 1- and 2-story addition to the rear of the residence, and 2 new uncovered parking spaces. Project includes expansion of the driveway, demolition of a 432 square foot garage, 532 square foot as-built addition at the rear of the residence and adjacent slab. Project will address violations outlined in an ENF file. The proposed total of 2,435 square feet on a 7,500 square foot lot is 80% of the maximum guideline FAR. PDA and final are requested. Neighborhood preservation findings are requested.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have an applicant to present the project to us?
Yes, Mark Winke.
Great. Mr. Winke, if you would present your project.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is on Bath Street. It's currently a dilapidated old house, but the owners have decided to renovate it back to its original condition and add an addition in the back. And that's what we're seeing on these plans today. Tearing down other dilapidated parts on the site and really cleaning it up. So the plans and the civil engineering are all completed here, as you can see, so we can go potentially ask for a preliminary and final review or come back and consent if we require a landscape plan. So if you want to see what it looks like, the first page has a small rendering, but there's additional renderings later, so we could probably skip forward to that. Let's go on to the second page. This has had some violation stuff. As you can see, the house was in really bad shape. So that's what they're amending at this particular time. Go to the next page. Next page. It's more of the same. More of the same. More of the same pictures. Okay, here's some neighborhood pictures on the same side of the street and on the street across the street. And the existing house is just being fully renovated. So the very left-hand corner top is what the house looks like with, it's boarded up and it's in dilapidated condition, but it has a 1-story cottage feel, as do the houses to the right, as you can see from the pictures, and the left. Most of the street has small cottages on it still. Go on to the next page. Go to the next page. So this is a stormwater plan. It's basically a site plan, but I don't think the board needs to know about the stormwater stuff, but it's been accommodated and done correctly. Go to the next page. More of that civil engineering stuff. Next page. Again, the same. Next page. So here shows the site plan. The stuff that's in red that sort of looks like it's crosshatched, that's demo. So there you go. So the area in the back was basically shacks. That was demoed. The area in the back of the house was demoed. It shows a lot of the kind of interior walls and exterior walls demoed on the existing house where it says residence, but realistically, they're just being renovated. The driveway currently is on the left-hand side, exactly where it shows there. It's being redone with a new material. And then the back part is shown in like a gridded brownish colored color is the new driveway that takes it to the new 2 parking spaces in the back behind the addition. Next page. Demo, that shows you what's happening. Next page. Okay, so the existing house is there on the right-hand side. Then there is a new set of stairs up to a small porch to enter from the back. So when you park, you can actually come to that section and come into the house. You'll walk into kind of an entry stairway system area. And then on the left-hand side is a big family room. And on the right-hand side is the existing house being renovated into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and kitchen dining area on the right, as you can read. And then just adjacent to the kitchen there on the bottom of the driveway is an enclosed area for the trash cans. Out of sight from the public, but yeah, there you go, halfway back on the driveway. There's also a storage area in the back left required for uncovered parking, non-garage parking. Alrighty, next page. It's also a porch in the front, if you probably noticed. Upstairs in the back area of the house is basically a master bedroom, the stairwell, and a tiny little balcony off the front. Next page. These are the existing condition drawings. The upper right is basically what it looks like from the street today. Or originally, I should say, existing. Next page. Oh, if we go back 1 page, sorry about that. For whatever reason, there are 2 dormers on the left and right-hand side as you look at the front. So that'd be the left-hand side roof, right-hand side roof. That they're there. There's no windows to them. They're just pop-ups. So we're cleaning that up and getting rid of them. And we'll see that in the next thing. But there is the next page, please. Did we skip one? Okay, no. Okay, 202. So there, the bottom right is the front renovation. And you see those dormers are removed. Still has the porch in front, still has the same roof form, still has the same clapboard siding. It's being renovated. Those are the colors and the materials, the roof on the right, the off-white colored for the trim, and the siding is the gold sage, Glidden dark sage. That's the historic style bronze and glass downlight or downcasting light fixture used throughout. And the left-hand side, additionally, are the windows. And there's the keynotes for all those pieces. The top drawing shows the elevation along the driveway. So the right-hand side is the existing unit being renovated. And then from that middle section back is all new. In keeping with the same style, has a little porch over that entryway area that then becomes a little balcony up at the master bedroom area. Windows that are stacked, first floor, second floor. There's a corner window there. There's an actually pretty cool view out towards, I guess, the sun and out towards the mesa. And so next page. The opposite side shows the same. That's against the property line on the top drawing, and then the bottom drawing shows the elevation that you would see based from the parking area, the backyard area. Same. And that's pretty much it. Let's see what the next page is. I think there's a couple sections. The existing house and the new house will have a raised wood floor. The back area is matching in height as far as the floor levels to the front house, which is about 3 feet off the grade. And yeah, next slide. We have our details for the eaves and the windows. Next slide. Window and door schedules. Next slide. A couple of elevations or renderings here. That's about it. I think what our point is that it's a really nice scaled addition. It's in the back, so it really keeps the neighborhood preservation of the front facade. It doesn't overbuild the site. And it's very nice looking. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wenke. So at this time, we'd like to ask the public if anybody's interested in speaking on this item, they may do so, and perhaps staff could let us know if there was any correspondence received.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. So if you're attending this meeting and you would like to make a comment on this particular item on the agenda, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you'd like to speak. At this time, I do not see any hands raised, and while we're waiting, Ms. Fennessy, can you confirm if we received any written public comment?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item, and I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
Thank you very much. So we'll go through an opportunity for the board members to ask questions of the applicant at this time. We'll start with Mr. Motisha. Mr. Motisha, do you have any questions for Mr. Wenke?
Yes, Mark, could we go to your site plan again? Just trying to relate the what I saw and what is on the site plan and what is proposed here in written form. I don't just wanted to see where the 532 square foot as-built addition is. And
I don't have control of that.
yes, I know. I'm sorry. The controller.
I
please.
think page 11 of 21 would be a good place to be able to see that, Mr. Motisha, if staff could go to that page.
Okay. All right, I see the house here and I see the addition of the house, and I assume that's just in the green checkered. Is that's, I can't read it. That's the problem. I can't read it, what it says. Oh, that's the uncovered parking. Okay, you got 2 uncovered parking now. What is in the back here? Is that going to be just totally removed, or a demo garage? So that's gone. What is going to be back there in that total green on the left? Can't hear
Mr.
you.
Wenke, you're muted.
I tried to unmute it.
There you go. We can hear you
Okay.
now.
It's open yard. It's the area required for open yard, and it's basically just a yardscape.
All that green where it says open yard. Okay, I can read it. Open yard. Okay. All that's open yard in the back driveway. Okay. No, that's the only, everything else is straightforward to me. No question, no other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Okay.
I'm on page 18 of the PDF A301. Okay, I'm on view 1. Not sure if I misheard, if I missed this from the presentation, but wanted to confirm the plate heights of the family room on the first floor and the second story bedroom.
I believe the first floor is 9 foot or 9'4". I can't remember the exact dimension of the existing house, but it matches the existing house, flat ceiling. And the second floor is 8 feet at the plate lines, and it's scissor trussed. That's why it looks higher there in this section.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. I just have a couple here. Could we turn to the very end to the renderings, please?
Page 21.
If staff could navigate to page 21 of the PDF, please. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And let's zoom in on the upper left elevation, please. Mr. Menke, I was just curious to know whether you considered any other siding treatment and color for I guess the second story in the back above the what I'll call a belly band up there.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
We have not. I mean, at this point, we thought it was far enough back, and we were trying to keep it sort of downplayed, not trying to draw any attention to it. So we kept it the same color.
Okay. I'll have a comment for that later on then. But thanks for that answer. And then my only other question has to do with landscaping. And could we go to the site plan? I don't know what page that is. I think it shows the removal of a couple trees and then the yard in the back.
Ms. Rydell, I believe it's page 11.
Thank you. Okay, great, thank you. So Mr. Menke, my question is, what all is planned for the yard in the back or for any replacement of the trees being removed or any other landscaping?
Up in the front, they're removing a couple of palm trees. The landscaping will just be that xeriscape style with that matches the neighborhood. And the back is demoing, so I think they're just assuming it's going to be play area, maybe grass, maybe pathways. They haven't decided on what to do with it yet. The other trees, it says 12-inch trees. Those are not really those. That's not how tiny they are. That's the calipers. So those are just a bunch of trees that are against the property line. They're going to remain.
Okay. All right. I believe those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brentlinger. Mr. Wenke, I have some follow-up questions to those that were asked previously, and then one additional question. So the removal of the palms at the front, because those are in the front yard, do those require arborist or City of Santa Barbara approval? And if so, has that been obtained?
I don't know if they do, since they're not specimen trees, but I don't know that answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collas. Certain trees are exempt. Staff can confirm with the city arborist on that, but it's not a specimen tree. So it wouldn't be treated the same as, for example, oak trees where we require a replacement.
Right, understood, but I think sometimes they do require an approval from the arborist. Okay, that would be great if staff could check on it.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. And then it looks like you're putting in a new permeable driveway. Do you have the specification or something that we could look at for those pavers as part of your drawings today?
Yes, it's on the civil sheets. I think it was near the end of the civil sheets. I think that was the last one. Just maybe guess at 17. No, back one, two. There's one more. Keep going.
I think those were closer to the beginning of the set. Yeah.
Maybe they're the other direction. And it's, there you go. So it's the new and the old, the new driveway and the old driveway are both getting redone into these permeable pavers.
Okay. Do you have a manufacturer or a color selected?
Believe it's, yes, there's one on number 8, but I'm not sure if it says what color they're choosing. It looks like it's just that dark or that brown one. Beige.
I'm
color.
sorry. Can you show me where that is?
Page number 8 on C502.
Okay. I'm scrolling through drawings on my screen too. So, okay. Detail 8. Okay. And then you do not have a landscape plan for the area that's being affected in the backyard, right?
Correct, right. Not yet.
Okay.
We'd be willing to come back for consent on that if we needed to.
Okay. Those were my only questions. Would anybody like to attempt a motion?
Any comments?
Oh, yeah, we should do comments, shouldn't we? Mr. Motisha, do you have any comments? Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, two. I didn't see any railings on the front porch, front steps. Obviously, you're going to have to put those on there. And I'll leave it to Mr. Arkalian to make a comment on the back added gable that faces the front of the house or faces the street. He probably will beat me and make a lot more better comments. That's my only comment, just about the stair railing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Arakelian, do you have any comments?
I do. I'm in support of board member Motisha. I would like to see some railing details. I'm in support of, I appreciate the applicant's thoughtfulness and locating the second story, kind of being tucked way back from the street. I would ask for the first floor plate height if it's above. I believe I had a closer look and saw it at 9'4", and if probably consider 9 feet for the first floor. But other than that, I feel like it's a very I believe the project is straightforward. It is quite aesthetically appropriate in many regards, and would like to see a landscaping plan if we go past PDA. Thank you.
Can I reiterate something here?
Thank you, Mr. Arkelian. Yes, Mr. Motisha, I'm guessing you're going to make a clarification on plate heights, but go ahead.
No, I will not. I think.
Okay.
Well, yes, I will. Yes, I will. I think the plate heights should be on the first floor the same as the existing house, which I think Mr. Winke had indicated. And he did say that the plate height at the bottom of the truss is 8 foot. So I think that is straightforward. As far as the gable, what you look at from the street, it will not require it, but I'll make a comment. I think you made a comment that, Mark, you did that you thought it looked less obtrusive, didn't stand out as much. I think it would not stand out as much as if you made that gable matching the gable in the retaining of the front of the house, the existing house, and maybe shake it just up in that area, and then it would not look so odd. But it's not in our, it's only my suggestion. It's not a requirement in our guidelines.
So
Thank you.
Mr. Motisha, can I just make sure that we're being clear on what you just suggested? Are you
Yes.
suggesting that the gable have a hipped portion to it and that the area above the hip back to the gable have a shake siding?
Correct. Just the area in the front retained house, that gable that's on the roof and behind the
17, PDF 17.
I think the gable on the second floor addition facing the street should match that, and it would look a lot less, wouldn't stand out as much. I think it stands out now because they are horizontal siding up on the second roof on the addition.
Ms. Radell, can you go to page 17 just so we can see that on the screen?
I think it's 17 and 16 because I believe Mr. Motisha is
16.
talking about the front elevation.
Go back one.
Okay, just back to 16.
Yes, we're right there.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Motisha.
But he wasn't suggesting that it become a hip roof.
No.
Just the
No,
area
no.
above the belly bar, just above the freeze board.
Yes.
No hip. No, you don't have to hip it. You don't have to hip it. Just make that whole gable a shake all the way down to the plate height.
Yeah.
I think it would look better. It stands out right now, like, the whole addition is all horizontal siding, and it doesn't match anywhere near match the front of the existing house.
Yeah. And normally I wouldn't even have that freeze board on there. Most designs would have the clapboard go right up to the rake. So I like that suggestion, Joe. It's a good one.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Motisha. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any comments for the applicant?
Yeah, just really to emphasize what Joe just mentioned. Although I might put it a little stronger than our recommendation, I think it does need some sort of treatment to make it less bulky. But I think Joe's suggestion of the same color and shingle treatment in the hip in the front be used in the gable in the back is a good one. And then I did want to make a general comment, which is this is a great addition to the neighborhood. That probably goes without saying, but I guess I still thought it needed to be said because this is night and day compared to what you started with, as you no doubt know. And I think everything else has been said in terms of landscaping. I agree with that. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brentlinger. I really have no further comments. I think that I will reinforce what Mr. Brentlinger just said. It's always awesome to see something dying come back to life and to see an owner who's willing to invest in a little bit of our history downtown. So bravo for that. And I think the comments that the board members have made are appropriate and good ones. So I really don't have a whole lot to add. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Plummer, do you have a comment to make before we attempt to do so?
Thank you, Vice Chair Kloss, and to Board Member Motisha. They're here for both project design and final approval. You are able to grant both or just one. If you do want to continue the project, just bear in mind the applicant's request to return to the consent agenda, if that is reasonable to the board, and then include any comments as outlined by the board if you'd like in your motion as conditions. Thank you.
I'd like to give this project project design approval with the option to come back to consent for final approval. And with I think 3 conditions that you come back with a landscape for showing what is happening to the back portion of property, and change that gable which faces the street to match the portion gable on the existing house, and that gable down to plate height of the, I guess it would be sides of the house, each side, and add the railing to the stair railing to the front of the house. And yeah, and with our neighborhood preservation findings, consistency and appearance of the house is in character of the city. It's compatible with size, bulk, and sale. Quality of architecture is good, and materials are very nice. Or trees, yes, trees are being, if any trees are being removed, show those trees and removal on the landscape, and note the new trees that are being added. That includes the 2 palm trees in front. Safety, health, safety, and welfare are being appropriately protected. Good neighbor guidelines. It's regarding privacy, landscape, and noise and lighting, and public views are not interrupted. I do not think so. And yes. And I think there's one more. Number eight.
That concludes the findings.
Okay. That's my motion.
Would anybody like to second the motion?
I'd like to second, but then also propose a slight amendment, which would be to note that the landscaping plan would be for the entire site, not just the backyard. And inclusive of that is information on the paver in terms of any manufacturer or other specification available.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. I would also like to request before we take a vote that the only other item be clarified is that the shingle treatment that's being proposed for the gable portion of the second floor be specifically noted as matching in color with the horizontal siding. I think that was discussed. I just thought it would be good to memorialize that, if that's acceptable, Mr. Motisha.
Yes, as long as it's in the same design and scale as the front existing partial gable.
Okay.
In other words, match the color of the existing shakes.
Yes.
Yeah. Which may not be the exact as the clapboards. I think it isn't. I think it's more yellow.
Yes.
Cool.
I would like to ask the maker of the motion to consider the to have the first floor plate height be reduced to 9 feet instead of 9.4.
Down to what? Down to 9 feet from 9.4?
9 foot 4 inches.
The existing is
you're asking that if that's the second floor, then you're asking the applicant to bring the plate height down below 8 foot, because if they use the same trusses in there, the plate height on the, sorry, is that the north and the south walls of the house?
Mr. Motisha, I'm going to interrupt you. I think that Mr.
Yes.
Arakelian is asking that the plate height on the first floor be brought down to 9 feet. But the problem is that will not match the existing. And so there's a dilemma there. And so that's what Mr. Arakelian is asking, if you could respond to his request.
Very good. I think I don't agree with that
Okay. So if we could have staff read back the proposed motion that includes the amendments that were proposed by the other members of the board, and then we'll confirm whether we have a second or not.
Thank you. I have project design approval and continue indefinitely to consent with the comments that the landscape plan be provided of the entire site and have information on pavers, the gable fencing, the gable facing street to match the existing house, shingle treatment for the gable on the second floor be matching in color for the horizontal siding, which would match the existing shakes. The railing to the front stairway of the house be added, and the neighborhood preservation findings.
Okay, I think we're a little bit confused on the shakes, and that was probably my fault. So the shakes are to match the existing shingle siding in color and size, rather than matching the horizontal siding. Do you agree with that, Mr. Motisha?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that is the motion that is on the table. Mr. Brentlinger, are you able to make a second?
I am.
Okay, if we could please have a roll call.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Ara Kellyan.
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanke. We'll see you at consent calendar.
All right, thank you.
This project does have a 10-day appeal period. If anybody from the public is interested in filing an appeal, they may do so by filing the instructions on the screen or contacting City of Santa Barbara planning staff. Okay, so again, we're a little bit ahead, not much, but I think we're within the time allowed, and we can proceed to item 3, 910 San Carlos Road. If Mr. Motisha would be so kind as to read the description of this project. It is here for concept review, and it is a new item, Mr. Motisha.
That's okay. I can read it off my proposal. This is a proposal for a 496 square foot first floor and 440 square foot second floor addition to an existing 1,222 square foot single unit residence located in the Hillside Design District. Project includes demolition of an existing deck to accommodate a new deck and pergola. Proposed total of 2,544 square feet on an 11,761 square foot lot is 65% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. No final appeal decision will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings and Hillside Design District and slope lot findings will be required when the project is reviewed for project design approval.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Motisha.
You're welcome.
Do we have an applicant here to present this project to us?
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon to the board. My name is Siglinde Pouquet. I'm with Schubin and Donaldson Architects and would like to walk you through our proposal.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Pouquet. Please do so.
Maybe we can zoom in on the vicinity map so we all understand where this project is located. It's on the Riviera, and it's between Mira Vista Avenue and Lazuan Road on San Carlos Road. This is an existing 2-bedroom single-family home. Our client, the Dinas, have 2 small kids, and they need the addition to make room for the growing boys. If we can go to the existing site plan on page, or maybe we look at the pictures. Page 2, please. So picture 1 shows the residence above our residence. If we can zoom in on that a little bit, please, on the first row. Yeah, so this is located as a partially 2-story residence located above us. And to the right, you see our residence. If we then move to the right or zoom out. Yeah, so this is the driveway of our residence, pretty steep, as well as the portion of the road here, San Carlos, is pretty steep in this area. So our lot has an average slope of 18.6%. Can we zoom out a little bit more? Thank you. So picture 3 again shows the existing residence from the street. Picture 4 as well, you see the garage here at the end of the driveway. Picture 5 is looking up to the 2-story residence of picture 1. And then picture 6 shows the residence below us. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are pictures around our existing residence. And picture 13 is kind of the backyard, which that corner of the backyard, the elevation is much higher, and you see in the background the roof of the existing residence there. Moving on to the next page, please. This is the existing survey of the residence. You see the residence above and below. And if we go then to the proposed site plan, next page, please. No, this still shows the existing configuration of the roof. And next page, please. This shows the site plan with the roof plan and the proposed addition. So we are proposing a deck in the back of the residence above the 1st-story addition, and then a 2nd-story master suite addition under that roof, in line with above the garage, existing garage. Next plan, please. So this shows the existing floor plan. To the right, you have the garage, and then to the left of that is the existing residence. And then next slide, please. So here, again, the existing garage, and then we're pushing out in the back, and we're kind of digging into the hillside with the study downstairs. And then you see the internal stair getting you up to the new master suite on the 2nd floor. We're also proposing a shade trellis for outdoor seating to the left in the back of the residence. Next slide, please. So here you see the master bedroom addition on the 2nd floor with the deck over the study in the back, and then stairs that take you down to grade, which show you that how it's stuck in. There's only a few steps to get down to the grade from there. Next slide, please. So this shows the existing conditions. Again, the garage to the right on the west elevation, and the north elevation above. Next slide, please. These are the other two sides. Now on the bottom east elevation, the garage is to the left. Next slide, please. So the west elevation, number 1, if you want to zoom into that a little bit, please.
Did you want me to zoom in on the north elevation or the west elevation?
West, please.
Thank you.
I wanted to, wanted to point out this dashed line going across the new garage roof. So that's the line of the existing ridge of the garage roof. And we're proposing to go 3'9" above that, which gets us to a total height proposed of 21'3". So quite a bit under the allowed height limit. And from the front, you probably wouldn't even know that there is a second story addition. If you could zoom out, please. So in the back, we see the trellis here on the north elevation, the shade trellis, and then the master bedroom addition with that dimension again, the 3'9" above the existing ridge, and then a wood screen that it gives some privacy to our second floor deck and kind of hides the stair as well. Next slide, please. Oh, in terms of material, we're matching the white of the existing house. We're matching the same shingles. So to make it look like it really blends in and all comes together. Next slide, please. So this is down at the bottom, the east elevation, which faces uphill, somewhat uphill. The house is kind of skewed, so it's not really oriented north-south. The south elevation is not really visible from anywhere. There's a lot of vegetation there, and it's completely hidden. You can't see it. Next slide, please. So here you again have the number 1, the existing, and then number 2 showing the addition, and a couple of other views from the back and from the side. What else should I say? Yeah, we are at 65% of our allowed floor area ratio. And the second floor addition only pushes out about 8 foot to the northeast. So we're very conscientious of neighboring views and of neighborhood compatibility, even though there's a lot of 2-story buildings around us. that concludes my presentation. Do you have
Ms.
any
Puck,
questions?
just briefly before we move into public comment, we also have a view exhibit. Did you want to cover that at this point in time?
Maybe we can go back to that after we.
Okay, perfect.
The neighbors.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pouquet. So at this time, we'd like to open the meeting to public comment and have staff let us know if we've received any written correspondence. If anybody watching would like to make comments, you may do so by following the instructions on the screen, and staff will walk you through that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. So if you're attending the meeting and you would like to voice any public comment on this particular item, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you would like to speak on this item. I do see one hand raised at this time from Mr. Wicks. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You'll have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to talk. My wife, Christine, and I own the property that's directly next door. We share property line with this property. And it is the one that they showed in picture number 1. So we live uphill and we face south of the back. And our view is of downtown, the shoreline, including the wharf, the harbor, the boat activity in the water, etc. We're deeply concerned about the second story addition. It will block that view from us. This house was built in 1950, so it's had this view that I was just describing for over 70 years. And it's the reason why we bought this home. It is the center of the activity of this home. So the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, the family room, the decks, the outside lawn area, all look out on this view. And if they were to build this second story addition, it would block that view from us. We would not be able to see it. It would lower the value of our home, would lower our quality of life here, and the whole reason why we moved to this property. So in addition, we just found out about this project just last week when we saw the sign placed in front of their property. So we don't recall being notified on it. Either way, the owners did not come over and talk to us about it. So I would just ask that the board consider asking them to look for alternatives such as building out to the front of their property so that they could have a view and they would not impact ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wick. Let's see. At this time, Vice Chair Klaus, I don't see any additional hands raised. While we're waiting, Ms. Fennessy, can you let us know if we received any written correspondence?
We did receive one written correspondence from Jeff and Christy Wicks that was distributed to the board prior to this meeting. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
Okay. Before we ask the applicant to provide information on their view studies, could staff confirm whether the owner that just spoke was noticed on this project?
Thank you, Vice Chair Klaus. A mail notice did go out in accordance with the requirements for notice projects, and we noticed properties within 300 feet of the project site. So they would have been noticed if they're neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Pouquet, if you would like to address the commenters' concerns overview and perhaps their comment about a lack of communication about the project prior to noticing, that would be appreciated.
Sure. Maybe we can now pull up the additional exhibit that we submitted today when we were notified about the neighbors' comments. Is that possible? This one.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just went on the website. I guess this house was sold last year, and looked at the real estate advertisements of it. And if we
Ms. Bouquet, can you clarify which house was sold? You said this house. I just want to be very clear on which house that was.
1823 Mira Vista Views. That's Mr. Wicks, or Mr. and Mrs. Wicks' home.
Thank you.
So if we could zoom in on the bottom right picture. So our house is the one with the red block here, 910 San Carlos Road, and you see behind it up the hill with the brown roof, you see the Wicks family's house. There is a chimney that is marked with a red rectangular shape there. And that same chimney you can find in some of these views from this house. If we zoom out, I guess my point is really there are no views to the south that would be blocked by our addition. There are two big trees south of our house on Lasuren Road, and they really block all the views. There is no views directly to the south. The views that you see is the third picture to the right in the top row. It shows this chimney again that we were marking. So the views are really towards the east and not towards the south. And then with the height that we are proposing, if we zoom into the bottom left picture, where you can see this chimney again. So our addition is to the right of this chimney. And you can see where the trees come up to the right of this image. That's kind of where our addition is, but we're pretty confident that we're not really going higher than the top of this hedge. So I don't think we're impeding on the neighbor's views. And there is no view preservation ordinance here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bouquet. So at this time, we'll ask questions of the board members. We'll start with Mr. Motisha. Mr. Motisha, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do. How much in approximately first floor elevation, the difference between the house on the 910 San Carlos Road house is in applying here, and how much difference to the first floor of the house behind it, the Wicks house, approximately?
Yeah, I don't really have a topo survey for their house.
Because the pictures that you've shown, they kind of mix me up, because I don't know if they're in the backyards, front yards, hedges. I don't know where hedges are. You've described a lot of things, but you've mixed them all up, so it doesn't make any sense to me. That's the reason I'm asking for an elevation. And also the trees that you've described,
they are visible on the bottom right, the trees, bottom right.
I would like to see heights of trees, not from a drone looking right down at them. That doesn't tell me anything. Okay?
Yeah.
And I understand, I thoroughly understand that we do not have an ordinance here that prevents private views. but I would still like to understand where this addition is going compared to especially trees that are below the San Carlos or the 910 San Carlos house and what is seen from the house behind them.
Mhm.
And if you don't have that, I would like to see that in the future when you come back before us.
Mhm. Yeah, we're only here for conceptual review
Yes,
today, so.
yes.
Mhm.
And also, yeah, I have some comments. I'll save those for comments time. Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motisha. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. So I'm on the site plan on page 5. I'm seeing that the addition is going to have a 112 roof pitch. So I just wanted to confirm if the entire house is going to have the same roofing material, like a shingle, comp shingle.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan.
No. Mhm.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arakelian. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a quick one for the applicant. Could we look at the east elevation? It's A3.04. Okay, thank you. And then if we could just look at the bottom portion. I bring up this just because you'll probably hear at one point or another, but my question has to do with the windows on the addition to the left.
Mhm.
And I'm not certain where that looks over on in terms of the neighbors, but have you looked at that from any standpoint of how that may, particularly at night, show up to the neighbors?
Right, there is a high vegetation face this elevation at the property line. There are a lot of oak trees on the property line, so you can't, in our backyard looking up, you can't even see a house there.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Thank you. And those are my only questions.
Can I ask another question I just thought of?
You want a do-over, Mr. Motisha?
Not a do-over, just an addition.
Okay, yes, you're welcome to ask an additional question if you'd like.
Where is the gable on the floor plan of the second floor addition? Where is the ridge run through that? You have a section of that top right there showing the new roof over the garage and the new roof over the addition. Where is that ridge right there on the top? The new ridge on the top elevation there, where is it? What is it over in the house?
The garage.
Yeah, is there I'm sorry, I know you showed us the floor plan, but I have forgotten. Is there a wall behind, and I know there's a bathroom and a closet and a
study downstairs.
No, the study is down below. Isn't the study down below?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to know on the second floor, where is the wall that's parallel with that ridge that we're looking at on the upper elevation there? What is it over?
If we go to the floor plan, here.
And it's
page 7.
You have a ridge up there. Okay.
Right.
Now, where is the ridge? Is the ridge about where E is?
Where D is.
That's where the ridge.
I think I think we have another page to go. That looks like the downstairs.
Correct.
That's downstairs, yeah. Mm-hmm. This one.
There we go.
There's the upstairs.
So
And E, okay,
C is the ridge, I think. Yeah.
E is the ridge.
C is the ridge.
Okay. Bedroom.
Or is it B? Oh,
No. E is not the ridge. C, I'm sorry, I don't know where the ridge is. E is not the ridge. That's the outside wall of the upstairs.
I would guess C, but that's my guess.
C or D, but we don't have a grid line here. Hold on.
You need to tell me where that ridge is in comparison to those A, B, C, D, E, and
Right.
F.
Mm-hmm. We'll clarify that. I'd have to open it up to tell you for sure.
Okay. So that could be a clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Are you?
Was there a specific issue related to that question, Mr. Motisha,
Yes,
that you wanted to go ahead and
yes.
ask?
The reason I'm asking this, and I will make a statement rather than a question here, is the fact that that ridge, if it doesn't do anything for the house, I don't see any reason for that ridge to be as high as it is. And that will lead into several other comments that I have in the comments section pertaining to windows and sizes of windows and bulk, size, and scale of the windows, and several other questions. I would appreciate finding out if you would find out where that ridge is located, and we'll get back to that in my comments.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I have to interrupt with.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Motisha. I have just a couple questions, Ms. Pouquet. First question is you have I think I just answered my own question. I was wondering where the PL2 was being used, but I see that on the south elevation. So that's at the rear of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the lowest condition, so I guess this would be on the easterly side of the residence on the second floor. Can you tell me what your plate height is there where that low pitched roof meets the lowest portion of the second floor?
That is, well, the finished under is 8 foot clear right there.
Okay. Okay. And I think those are the only questions that I had, honestly. The only other question I have is whether the existing garage door was permitted or whether it was replaced without a permit. Do you have any history on that or knowledge of that?
I think it was replaced within the last 2 years because the old one didn't work anymore.
Okay. Okay, those are the only questions I have. So we'll return this to the board for comments. We will start with Mr. Motisha. Mr. Motisha, do you have any comments?
Yes. I see a lot of wasted space here, at least the way I read it. And there's not enough information on that plan right there we're looking at to tell me what is, like you see, attic and a space in the John and the toilet room that is, you could
That is
lots of things in that toilet room. It's huge. And evidently that, I'm guessing, but I see the ridge maybe is at C, but have you found out where the ridge is yet?
I think it's at D.
You think it is at C. Think is not exact.
D.
We are exact.
D is what I'm saying. If you just look at the alignment of the existing gable and the new gable, I think it is D.
Okay. Now, what is, sorry, I have so many questions too still. You have an attic behind to the, you have an attic to, I don't see a northeast, south and northeast, south and west.
North is up
North is up, okay, north is up. North is
somewhat.
down.
Yeah.
North is
It's
down.
it's not directly up. There's a, I think there's a north arrow on the site plan. If you-
Yeah, we should have one here because,
I agree. We'll put one on.
okay, you have an attic, you have an attic space that's behind the, that's to the, on this drawing is below the master bedroom or the bedroom. That to me is a waste of space that raises the roof higher than it even needs to be.
I don't think so. It's, there is storage here, but the roof goes, you know, down lower than the eave. So there's roof overhangs. It's really, it's only a crawl space, what's called attic here. It doesn't have enough head height to do anything with.
Okay, my comments, my one comment is there's a lot of discrepancy here that needs to be in the drawing shown, and some sections need to be addressed. And
we can add a section for the next review. Yeah, no issues with that.
And I think if the sections aren't followed, I mean, with the suggestions I'm making, like the large toilet room and that if it is indeed in line with line C there, that line C could be brought down. And if it's brought down to the bottom of the drawing we're looking at, that would lower your plate height or your ridge height. And then it would also change the kind of northeast elevation, which faces the street, which is on the street side. There's a lot of things that would change here, and I'm giving you some ideas. And this, like I said, this is only concept, and I can tie them in with our requirements and our I always forget that word.
Our guidelines.
Guideline. I always forget that.
That's okay.
Our guidelines. I can tie everything I'm saying in with our guidelines. It's just not my opinion. I don't want to give my opinion here. I want to. Yeah. I'm finished. I'm finished. Thank you.
We didn't want it to look like a two-story addition on the right. That's why we went that way, you know.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it doesn't look like it belongs.
But the front slope of the roof matches the main residence.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Motisha, do you have any other comments, or does that
No,
conclude
that's
your
all I
comments?
have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any comments for the applicant, please?
I do. I drove by this property and I have reviewed the public comment that was received, and I do understand that this is a concept review. I appreciate the applicant coming to us this early. I'm seeing it's a 65% FAR. I drove by the neighborhood and I'm seeing many two-story residents in nearby. I appreciate the applicant's respectfulness of the public reviews when it comes to this, the location, the proposed design. I'm not against a second story in terms due to neighborhood compatibility. But I do have a few maybe some feedback. I've been reviewing the east and the south elevations. I believe there should be a study of reducing the glazing area. I believe those glazing areas are not only incompatible with the neighborhood, but just the existing building's architectural style. I believe the addition should be more integrated with the existing architectural style. If that can be studied more, I think that'd be nice, especially the long rectangular wrapping, what appears to be a wrapping window on the first floor. It just seems like quite a contrast compared to the existing style. So yes, I would ask the applicant to study the elevations, make it more connected to the language of the first of the existing building. But again, I'm reviewing page 39 TS of our guidelines. I believe the applicant has done a good job in placing the second story kind of tucked more towards the rear of the house. I would be open in other locations, but I do like the direction that it's not really crammed to the front of the house. It's kind of more tucked in the back. And those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arakelian. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any comments for the applicant?
I do. Thank you. Well, I guess first of all, I think that I appreciate the work in turning what was a fairly simple floor plan into something very interesting. I think there's a lot of utility that's been built into this that will live extremely well. And I also appreciate the new outdoor space as a kind of sunken gathering place in the back. I think that gives it some intimacy as well as privacy from the neighbor standpoint. Then for what it's worth, I think I may have figured out where that ridge line is, which is shown on A2.10. And can you move to that side? It's a floor plan of the first floor. And if you go and zoom in on the right side of the house, okay, now there's if you go down between the notes C and B, there's a little arrow actually with a reference to A3.04, but I think that arrow points to where the ridge line is. So that's maybe neither here nor there, but may help in some further discussion.
It's more, my concern is more when it's where it is on the second floor, because the second floor is the ceiling you see that you look up.
Right. And I think that will show up then as well if we go to the second floor on A2.20, that same little bubble. Could we go to A2.20, please?
That should be the next page.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you could again zoom in on the right side of the house. There you go. I think again, between C and B is a little bubble and within the bubble it says A3.04. I believe that's the ridge. So that would be the high point in that room.
Yeah. Well, there's no, sorry for interrupting, but there's no consistency. There's no reason for that ridge to be right there if that ceiling is a volume ceiling.
Okay, Mr. Motesha, let's let Mr. Brentlinger finish his comments.
Sorry.
And And I think we all understand this is going to come back to us and that some sections will be valuable. So
Just trying to inform the applicant what I really mean. Thank you. Sorry.
Mhm.
Great. Sorry, I didn't mean to digress.
Thank you.
But yeah, those are my comments. I think everything that I would have said has been said. I am done with my comments. Thank you.
Great. I generally agree with a lot of the comments that I've heard from the other board members. I think there is some additional information that would be helpful for subsequent meetings. I think that a section cut that runs through the garage and the addition in generally, I'll call it an east-west direction, would be helpful. In other words, for the front, from the front yard to the backyard, through that addition, I think it would be helpful. It would be appreciated if plate heights could be clarified. And I think that if you could identify the finished floor elevation of the residence relative to the topographic study, as opposed to on the elevations, I think the existing finished floor is just noted as 0. And if it were referencing the elevations, and actually it's right here, the threshold is 536, it looks like, of the existing residence. I think if we had more information in that regard, it would help us understand what the view situation is with the uphill neighbor. North arrows being added would be helpful to the plans. I would like to understand if the garage door was replaced with a permit or not. And the reason is that it does deviate somewhat from the original nature of the residence. And I have ongoing concerns about the glass garage doors, as well as, a lot of this expansive glazing that we're seeing up on the Riviera these days with the more modern homes, because of the potential lantern effect of those, and it somewhat distilling and undermining the intent of our night sky ordinance. So it would be helpful to understand the history of that garage door. I think it would also be helpful if we had more landscape information on the site plan, maybe heights, top of trees, something of that nature. It looks like there's a lot of screening on the east property line. And so I'm pretty confident that this addition is well screened from 1815 Mira Vista. But it would be helpful to have maybe a longitudinal section cut in an east-west direction with that landscape reflected on there, just to convince us of that. And perhaps the same thing in more of a north-south direction, so that we could also understand that as it relates to the public the comment received from the uphill neighbor. I agree with Mr. Arakelian. I think you've done a really nice job respecting the streetscape in terms of this addition. And although the addition at the back of the house deviates substantially from the character of the house, I don't think that that's read from the street or from most neighboring parcels. So I appreciate that. I do have some concerns and do agree a bit with Mr. Arakelian over the wraparound horizontal fixed glass unit, and the large expansive glass on the second floor. But I think that with some additional landscape information, some of those concerns I have may be assuaged. Those are all of my comments. I have a question about solar design. Do we have a solar design study that just confirms? I think we're far enough away from anything that you're not shadowing anything here, but do we have anything that illustrates that for us on the drawings?
We can add something to that regards, but yeah, we're not affecting anyone.
Okay.
And
I think that would be.
We're only going 1 foot 9 inches above the ridge of the existing main house.
Mm-hmm. I personally don't think that you're going to be impeding views from the uphill neighbor, but I think it would be helpful to have some additional information to illustrate that and address the concerns of the neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
Those are all my comments. Staff, this is here for comments only. I don't know if you want us to summarize comments or if you have been able to memorialize those as we walk through our comments. Is there anything else that you need from us?
Thank you, Vice Chair Claus. It is here for a formal concept review, so we do need a motion
Action.
and
Okay.
to outline, either the comments that each board member has made or whatever the motion maker would like to include as part of that motion. And then it is still going through application completeness review. So it will return at a later point in time. So if you would like to continue it indefinitely, that's also appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can give it a try.
Great, Mr. Arakelian, if you would like to make a motion, that would be wonderful.
I would like to make a motion to have this project returned to the full board indefinitely with the following comments. For the applicant to study the proposed roof lines at the addition in order to reduce ridge height, to study the proportion of the glazing areas at the addition, particularly the south and east elevations.
On the south elevation, we're not really changing anything. There's no glass facing, no new glass that we are proposing that's facing south.
South and west. I think it's south and west elevations that he's talking
For
about.
sheet A3.04, we're seeing the glazing in the master bedroom, and it's shown on the south elevation. I think that might be what Mr. Arakelian is referring to.
Yes, A3.04 view 2. The south and the east elevations in that context.
I see, yeah. They're calling that, what I'm thinking about as south, they're calling it west here on the, yeah. Okay, got it.
We're gonna let the maker of the motion complete his motion, and then if we have any clarifications or questions, we'll ask those after he's made his motion, please, okay?
For the applicant to provide a section along the east-west direction to better understand the addition. For the applicant to provide plate heights, the first floor and the second floor. Provide detail for the applicant to provide details on the existing garage door. And for the applicant to provide either a landscape plan or existing plantings, and that can be placed on the site plan. Applicant to provide a solar design that helps detail the shadows, and the board generally appreciates the placement of the second story on the site at this time. And that's my motion, but I did want to ask Vice Chair Colossus. I know she had mentioned in a comment about requesting a north to south, a longitudinal detail. If you can clarify that, I would like to add that to the motion.
So I was just requesting that perhaps they cut a site section that runs generally from one side property line to another, so that we would have an idea of how the house sits relative to the uphill neighbor and illustrate landscaping on both of those property lines.
I'm in support of that.
I'd like to add something to that. Or let's wait first. We're gonna wait for a second. We're gonna get a second before we make some changes.
Yeah, let's see. Are you complete with your motion, Mr. Arkelian, or did you have anything else?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, great. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, and then do we have any comments related to the motion that's on the table?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Motisha?
I would like to see, I think we've stated it, north arrow, south arrow on all plans, on all plans. So we don't get mixed up.
Mhm.
And then I'd like to see attics, if it's an attic, let's tell me what is an attic of what. And if it's not an attic and if it's just dead space, don't call it an attic, call it a dead space.
We would like to use it for storage, you know, whether it's,
Call it storage then.
okay.
I don't know how you get into, sorry, I'm making a comment again, but I don't know how you get into those spaces. If there are storage spaces, you have to be able to get into them, and it doesn't show how you get into those spaces.
So, okay, so
Clarify.
perhaps we could add to the motion, if it's amenable to the maker and the seconder of the motion, that the applicant illustrate access to storage or attic spaces on the floor plans, that north-south arrows be added to the plans. And I would like to add that grid lines be shown on the elevations and any sections. So that will help orient us to ridge lines, if that's acceptable to the maker of the motion.
Is asking for access to the attic part of our purview?
Sure.
I think it's acceptable because it allows us to understand the heights in that area and how it affects mass and volume.
And to Vice Chair Colossus and Board Member Arkelian, just to let you know, we also, that is part of our zoning review. If there's some, if access is an issue, we do check that as part of our application completeness review. So if there's something that stands out, we have certain things that we can request. But if it's, as Vice Chair Colossus said, if the applicant could respond to the plate heights, that would be most appropriate for this board.
So I'm in support of all of your comments, Vice Chair Colossus, to be added to the motion.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Brentlinger, are you willing to second that motion as amended?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If we could have the motion read back to us before we take a final roll call, I think that would be advisable, please.
Thank you. I have continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. Study the proposed roof lines of addition to reduce ridge height. Study the proportion of glazing areas on the addition, the south and east elevations, section along east-west direction, plate heights on the first and second floor, details on existing garage door, landscape and or existing plantings on the site plan, solar design to help detail shadows, appreciates the placement of the second story on the site, cut site section running generally from one side of the property line and illustrate landscaping on both property lines, north arrow and south arrow on plans, illustrate access to attic/storage, grid lines to be shown on the elevations in any sections.
Okay, that's the motion before us. Can we take a roll call, please? Or is there anything that does not sound right? I just want to be clear that that's okay, that sounds correct to the maker of the motion and the seconder.
It sounds correct.
I would just add, you know, that on the point of the studying the glazing areas, that the proposed glazing areas is to be more integrated with the existing architectural style of the existing home.
Okay, is that amenable to the seconder of the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the motion as read and as amended by Mr. Arakelian is on the table. If we could please have a roll call.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Arakelian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pouquet. Have a good evening.
Thank you to the board.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The next item, we're running a little bit, let's see, we're actually running a bit ahead of time.
No, late.
5:25 is the next item, and we're at 5:30 from what I'm seeing.
Vice Chair Kalas, it's actually, we're just a little bit behind. We're on to item 4, which is supposed to start at 4:50, so we're just a few minutes behind.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've made all my notes about item 3 under item 4. Okay, so we will move on to item 4, which is also here for concept review, 639 Island View Drive. And since we're running behind, I'm just going to ask all the board members to try to be very articulate and succinct in our questions and comments, because we do have 2 items. Well, we have 1 item remaining after this, I believe. So let's see, let's see, I will ask Mr. Brentlinger, we'll go back to the first guinea pig of the day. Would you mind reading the description of the project into the record, please?
Absolutely, I will.
Thank
Okay, we are item number 4, 639 Island View Drive, concept review for, this is a new item. Proposal for additions to an existing 1,459 square foot single unit residence located in the Hillside Design District, comprised of a new 1,013 square foot second story, a 75 square foot entry, a 101 square foot storage addition to the existing 396 square foot garage. No changes are proposed to the existing ADU. The project includes replacing the stone veneer on the residence with stucco, a new AC condenser and trellis. The proposed total of 3,588 square feet on a 10,647 square foot lot is 94% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. No final appealable decision will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings and hillside district and slope lot findings will be required when the project is reviewed for project design approval.
Great, thank you very much. Before we have the applicant present, I would like to ask for 1 point of clarification from staff. I would like to know if the 94% FAR that is memorialized in the project description, if that includes or excludes the existing accessory dwelling unit on the property.
I can confirm after looking at the plans, if it'll just take a minute, and maybe actually the architect can include that as part of his presentation as well.
I think that would be helpful for the board to understand. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Cottrell, if you would like to present your project and I am going to hold you to the strict time frame that we have for applicants to present, just because we're running a bit behind. So the
problem.
degree to which you can be efficient would be most appreciated.
Understood. Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. Yes, this includes the ADU. You cannot submit, if there's an existing ADU, that's got to be included in the floor area ratio. So that 94% is inclusive of the 551 square foot ADU that's there. Could we start on the
Thank you.
street? You're welcome. On the street view and the aerial views together, just zoomed in on the upper left. Give the board a view. There we go. Perfect. Okay, this is on Island View Drive, which is off Meigs Road. You can see on the right side, Island View runs basically north-south. So we've got a northern neighbor who is above us, and then the street goes down. It goes, Island View goes up from Meigs and then down. So we're on the down slope of it. It's an existing single-story ranch home that is in need of a refresh, and the family is growing. So we are looking for some additional square footage. You could zoom back out and we'll show you the site plan and then move forward. Okay, the existing footprint is going to remain with the exception of 2 additions. On the north side there, we've got an addition to the garage. This is purely storage for a growing family. And then at the entry, there's a dash square, that's a foyer addition. And then with SB 30, we now have this wonderful advantage of having a covered front porch extend into the front yard. So we're extending our front porch into the front yard to give us a little more street presence and friendliness to the street. All right, we can jump to the next page. It's photos. Okay, upper left photo is another view. You can see the driveway there and just a Riverstone cobble, which is part of this project. We're going to remove the Riverstone from the entire house. That is going to go away. And then this gives you just a feel for the neighborhood. We can come back to that if we need to. It is a 1/4 acre lot. There's a pool and ADU in the backyard. You can go to the next page. Okay, this is existing floor plan. So the 2-car garage is on the north side. There are 3 existing bedrooms on the south side. We're basically leaving the middle of the house as is. The kitchen is going to remain. The living room is going to remain. And then we are adding a stair. You can go to the next page, and a 2nd-story addition. Okay, so you can see at the front door there, we've bumped the foyer out just about 4 feet. So now they have an entrance zone, place to drop backpacks and so have you. And then in the garage, there's that storage addition. It's about 100 square feet. And then we've added the stair right by the dining room there. It's going to be an open stair, and then they get a little office space between there. Next page gives you the 2nd story. Okay, we're stepping the 2nd story in from the south, the west, and then it's obviously way stepped in from the north side. They're getting 3 small bedrooms for the 3 kids on that south side, that open stair. And then the primary bedroom is right in the middle of the house with a small deck that looks to the backyard. And then the primary bath is on the north side there. Next page. It's a all gable house. You can see the gable roofs there. We've got a fireplace on the north side of that 2nd-story roof. And there's a little trellis off the backyard between the kitchen and the pool. Next page. Okay, this is all proposed. So the bottom elevation, the east elevation, that's your street view. So there's the garage. We're going to go with more of a craftsman feel to the house. So all that river rock is coming off. There's some horizontal siding in some of the gables. That all comes off. We're going with a shingle and more of a craftsman beam. So we'll get a couple of posts at the front. The front gets a little bit more articulated. And then the master or the primary bedroom above that front there, it'll have a little flower box, give that a little street charm. The plates, it's 8-foot plates throughout. It's like, I think the overall height, we're less than 21 feet. It is very compact build. And that is all 7 sheets, and I am done. I'm ready for comments.
You get the prize for the most efficient presentation today, Mr. Cottrell. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So if that completes the applicant's presentation at this time, we will provide an opportunity for the public to speak to this item. Staff, take it away.
Thanks, Vice Chair Claus. If you're attending the meeting and you would like to voice any comments on this particular item on the agenda, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that'll notify staff that you'd like to speak. And at this time, I don't see any hands raised. Ms. Fennessy, can you let us know if we received any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
Thank you very much. So we will start with questions, and we will start with Mr. Motisha.
One question. Is that a dotted line is that the building setback right there in the front of the existing house? There's a dotted line right there.
Yes, sir. It's a 30-foot setback from the property line there.
Okay, and you're building the entrance in that setback?
Just the covered portion of it. So what you're seeing there is the roof extending into the front yard setback, which is now allowed under the
columns. The columns are behind that.
Correct. No, actually, if we go to page, the fourth page, the columns can also encroach. They're part of the covered porch ordinance.
If I'm incorrect, I would say that you can't do that.
I know it's a change. SB 30, the new code allows you to do that. That's a change in the last 2 years.
I'm just confirming for staff, that is correct. Porches and outside steps are allowed to encroach up to a certain extent.
Yes, I haven't been around in a while, so that's okay. I apologize for questioning it because that's what we used to have to design by. No, that's all I can see. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to look resemble a craftsman house. Sure. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motisha. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any questions?
I do. My only question is really whether there's been any outreach with the neighbors or any cause for concern that the second story may attract some, I guess, opposition by the neighbors.
Yeah, they've been in contact with the neighbors. There was the northern neighbor. They were just concerned about privacy. Are they going to be able to see into their kitchen? So the nice thing about how this lays out is that the addition is really far from the northern property line. I think we're 35 feet. And then it's also just a bathroom. So it's not like a public space. It's as far away from a privacy intrusion as you could get with a second story addition.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
I don't have many questions here. I just want to confirm that grid line 5, I'm looking at sheet A11, and it looks like grid line 5 is roughly at the setback line. I just want to make sure that the existing footprint of the home sits within setbacks. I never know how to say that, within or outside of. In other words, it's not encroaching on setbacks, I should
Vice Chair Colas, the existing, it is non-conforming. That grid line 5, it is existing non-conforming in the setback. So our second story addition steps back to the setback line.
Okay, and it'll only be roof that encroaches then?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay, and there are no decks that are facing side yard property, right? I'm not seeing any.
Correct.
Okay. Those were the only questions. You've got an 8-foot plate on the second floor, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no other questions. We'll go to comments. Mr. Motisha, do you have any comments?
Just one. Are we looking at 6 bedrooms in the house? That's a question. I see 6 bedrooms in the house.
It will technically, yes, Mr. Morticia, it will be a 6-bedroom house. The 3 upstairs bedrooms are very tight. I could see them one day wanting to connect those and make a den or some such thing. But
Okay,
for
that's
now,
fine.
yep.
I'm in favor. I think the addition here follows our guidelines, and it's on a big lot, 1/4 acre. I see a tennis court that I never knew existed near at the top of that. Is that the top of that ridge? Yeah. Okay. Now that's all my comments. I would support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motisha. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any comments?
I do. So I did drive by the property and around Island View. There aren't many second story, 2-story houses that I saw. I'm spending a lot of time on the last page of the PDF on the east elevation and on 820, and I feel, or let me take a step back. I believe the second floor. Is, believe it's quite large. As I'm looking at it from street view, it kind of looks to be a bit. I don't have the word in front of my head right now, but I'm on page 43 TS of our guidelines, and if there was a way to, instead of spanning the second story from across the house, if there's some way to step back a portion of it more. There's an example I'm seeing on the guidelines about how, in order to reduce the bulk, if the second floor can be more centered within the roof form instead of this big span. I'm trying to. I would like to ask the applicant to study if there's a way to reduce that magnitude. I mean, I'm looking at the 94% FAR too. If I would consider reducing that. I mean, I'm just, upon driving by the property, the vibe of the neighborhood is mostly 1 story. I'm sure many houses will see their fate in coming up, but I feel like this is quite a jump in terms of neighborhood compatibility. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Arakelian. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. I think that the new Craftsman architectural style has been incorporated well, and I think that I'm pondering Mr. Arakeli's comments. I think it's worth a look there as well. But I'm not overly concerned about it. In general, I think it would be a project that would benefit the neighborhood. That's all I have to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments actually mimic many of those that Mr. Arakelian have made, and some that Mr. Brentlinger have made. Actually, that all the board members have made. Come to think of it, I think that the Craftsman style has been well integrated in what's being proposed. I think the front columns might want to be a little bit heavier. So you might want to look at the member sizes of the front columns for the covered porch and the beam that's spanning between them. I don't think that beam's going to make it. But in general, it's nicely designed. I am concerned about the bulk and the mass of this project, though, relative to the neighborhood, and that feeds into the FAR issue. I also drove the neighborhood, and from what I saw, most of the homes up there are remaining 1 stories, with the exception of a couple where where there's been some rather diminutive second floor additions. I think there's one exception, a couple houses up, where there was a second floor that looks a little bit larger, but they stepped it back several times, which helped to reduce the sense of massing from the streetscape. And I am concerned. I would like to see some reduction to FAR if there's not a way to address that massing otherwise. You know, these houses, they sit up a bit from the street, so you already have sort of the visual disadvantage of that incline from the street to the pads. And you add that to what is generally a 2-story wall, and it becomes relatively imposing from the street. So I think anything that can be done to create more push and pull, or pulling in the second floor a little bit, like Mr. Arakelian had recommended, any opportunity to do that, I think would help greatly. Those are my comments. It looks like Mr. Brentlinger might have something he wants to add. He's leaning in.
Yeah, if you don't mind, you stirred a couple more comments, if I may. One is I would agree with the comment about the entry timbers and posts. I think there is an opportunity there to make a stronger streetscape statement by adding a little more mass to those porch columns. There are any number of ways that that's been done in this style, you know, by enlarging the base or four-posting the columns themselves, but I leave that up to you. And then the other comment is on the whole idea of perhaps a little less mass on the second floor, and the fact that there are 6 bedrooms. Just looking at the 1-bedroom 5 in the, I don't know which corner it is, the looks like the southeast corner on the second floor. Just consider whether that is necessary. And I'm thinking in light of the fact that of your comment that the bedrooms are small there, and there may be some consolidation done in the future. There's potential there to enlarge those by using a portion of bedroom 5, but still step back that corner of the second floor. But again, that's a suggestion for your consideration. So thanks for allowing the amendment.
Okay, great. Is there anything that any of the other board members have to add? Okay. Okay, so this is here for concept review, and I'm assuming that it does require an action then, if staff could confirm that.
That's correct, Vice Chair Claus. We need a formal motion, and then you can continue it indefinitely if that's appropriate to the board.
Okay. Would someone care to make a motion, or?
I can do it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Arakelian.
I would like to make a motion that we have this project, the board has this, make a motion that we have this project returned to the full board indefinitely with the following comments. The board is generally in favor of the proposed architectural style. The applicant to study the size of the porch columns. For the applicant to study a reduction in FAR. For the applicant to study a reduction of the massing of the second story from street view, and pushing back, pushing, pushing or pulling the massing to reduce apparent bulk relative to neighborhood compatibility. And that's all I have.
I'll second that.
Unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Arkelian. Great, we have a second. Are there any additional comments to that, or looks like we're good? Okay, if we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Everybody.
Cottrell. We'll look forward to seeing you return.
Sounds good. Take care.
Great. Okay, I believe the next item has been postponed. That's item 536, Rincon Vista. If staff could confirm that.
That's correct. They've been postponed to the next meeting due to noticing requirements.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is item 6, which is 691 North Hope Avenue. I'd like to request that we take a 5-minute, what I'll call bio break for everybody. If we could do that and return at 5:41.
Okay.
Thank you. the Single Family Design Review Board for March 28th. The next item on our agenda is item 691 North Hope Avenue, which is here for project design approval. This is a continued item. If I could ask Mr. Arakelian to read the description that is on the screen of this project, that'd be great.
Okay. This is a continued item in a proposal to construct a new 3,092 square foot, 2-story single unit residence with an attached 461 square foot garage on lot 6 of the newly created 6-lot subdivision. The proposed total of 3,553 square feet on a 13,736 square foot lot is 85% of the maximum required FAR. The subdivision was last reviewed on August 30, 2021 under a PLN file. Project design approval is requested. Neighborhood preservation findings are required, and the project was last reviewed on March 14, 2022.
Great, thank you very much. Staff, if we could bring up the minutes from our last meeting, please. Great, and if we could zoom in on that, Ida, on the motion, please. Great. And Mr. Motisha, if you would be so kind as to read the comments
Motions
and the
were
motion.
Accompanied, continued indefinitely to the full board with comments. 1, the applicant shall review past meeting minutes. 2, the applicant shall review recommended archetypes within the neighborhood as opportunities to consider redesign or the use of materials and the nature of roof lines in order to result in a more compatible style with the neighborhood. The board is supportive of the use of native sandstone and plaster through thoughtful and specific ways. The applicant consider the nature of the windows, specifically the large windows on the northerly facade that may lead to lantern effects and excessive lighting in the evening hours. The applicant shall consider lowering plate heights to a more, there's a lot of good words in here. I can't even know that word.
Commensurate.
Bulk and scale of the neighborhood. The applicant shall address the previous request for section cuts through property lines that show the silhouette of adjacent homes to understand the relationship between lot 6 and homes located in the west at 632 Rolling Brook Lane and 3852 Hem Place. The intent in the motion is that the applicants specifically address single family SFDB guidelines 28.C section 11, that the project not result in a clashing or discordant appearance with existing neighborhood fabric. Action was taken by Colossus, seconded by Motisha. 5-10. Killian opposed. Motion carried. Individual comment. Board members Killian opposed the motion because the project requires minor changes to the aesthetics to be compatible to the neighborhood, but the motion expresses it in a more drastic way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Motisha. So at this time, I'd like to ask if we have an applicant present to present their project.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Detlef Peikert with RRM Design Group. Also here today is Tony Tomasello and Jolie Wah from our design team. Thanks for the opportunity to present this project again. We really took to heart the comments that you made and made what we think are some very significant changes. And so we're hopeful today that we can be granted design approval so that we can move on. This is actually, I believe, the 5th time that we've been to the board. I think the important thing is that we've taken what was characterized by Chair Miller as a gorgeous design in a very modern style, and changed it to a kind of a more conventional style that we think is clearly significantly more in keeping with the neighborhood. And I think it's actually very handsome. I'm happy with it. We're able to maintain some of the contemporary character of the original design while at the same time really presenting a much more kind of nuanced, conventional, I guess I would say, facade. And we took our inspiration from some of the houses in the neighborhood, and as recommended earlier, in some other neighborhoods in the area as well. So the very first thing I thought we would do, since it was important that you hear the how we addressed comments from these previous hearings that we had. So I'm going to have Tony Tomasello walk you through that very quickly, because I think it's really important to see that we have at every step of the way made fairly significant changes, but this one is probably the most dramatic one. Tony?
Steady, and thank you to the members of the board for the time. So I'll walk through the comments from March 14th. The first one is to review the past board minutes. So we reviewed all of the 4 previous board minutes where we had been presenting residence designs for residences. And while not every single one was particularly relevant to Lot 6, some of the comments were more related to the subdivision itself. But we pulled out the most relevant ones. And we actually submitted written responses to each of those. Was the board in receipt of those as part of the agenda packet? Great.
Yes, we did receive those. And if I could ask staff just to keep track of time for us, since we're running a little bit behind tonight, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to the applicant team, standard is 15 minutes. So just try to keep in line with that. Thank you.
I'll try to be quick, maybe take 5 minutes and just highlight maybe some of the most relevant ones. I'm not going to read this verbatim, but so from November 23rd, 2020, one comment was that the FAR shall be brought down to the 85% guideline and provide more space between the homes. We had originally started out when we first came before the board with homes that were just under the 100% of the max FAR. And we've continued to work that down. And so this home before you today is just under the 85% mark at 84.3% of the allowed FAR. In terms of more space between the proposed homes, Lot 6, the ground floor is set back approximately 11.5 feet from the western property line, and the second story portion sort of wedding cakes back just slightly, another 5 feet. So it's a total of 16 feet from the western property line. Obviously, there's a significant setback from the south as well as to the north. The second comment was that the applicant shall lower the building height to be under 25 feet. The overall building height when we originally started out was 26.5 feet, and that was with a flat roof configuration. So Debbie will speak to plate heights previously, but they were much higher before. We have reduced plate heights as we've gone along, and we've added, we had shed roofed elements. Now we've gone to these gable roof configurations, and we're keeping it below 25 feet. And again, the plate heights have been reduced in the most recent version. The next comment is from May 24th, 2021. The applicant shall consider materials that are more consistent with the neighborhood. The proposed exterior materials include plaster, hardy board siding, stone veneer, wood and metal accents, and standing seam metal roof. This use of stone veneer and siding has been reduced to be more consistent with a more modest and conventional design. And I think primarily that comment was regarding some of the other designs, which had a much more prevalent use of stone in those, but perhaps not this one. Next one is the applicants shall consider looking at 3814 Connie Way, the project at Lacumba Road and Pueblo, or the Willow Glen Grove and Grove neighborhoods as possible archetypes for consideration. So the architectural style of the residence has been redesigned with the more traditional, conventional style, more consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, particularly that Willow Glen and Grove neighborhoods. We did some research and tried to look at examples of two-story homes in that neighborhood. The changes include gable roofs, more traditional window and door detailing, more modest use of glass, and more traditional use of stone veneer. And then for reference, the 3814 Connie Way and the residents at the southeast corner of Lacumba and Pueblo are Spanish style homes. So those weren't quite as relevant for us in this design. The applicants shall address the privacy questions and concerns between the neighboring existing homes and the proposed development. The balcony that was originally facing the southern rear yard of Lot 6 had been relocated to the eastern side above the garage to try to eliminate any potential privacy concerns with the property to the west. The windows on the west elevation of Lot 6 have either been removed or significantly reduced in size and placed kind of as high windows. And we've addressed landscape screening along that property boundary to further reduce potential privacy concerns. Again, the setbacks also help with the western property line, and then the structure is actually about 62 feet from the adjacent residence, both of those western adjacent properties. And then there was a comment about the windows on the north elevation, potential land turn effect. And we've got some significant mature oak trees along that northern property line, which would screen any potential issues to the north, as well as some new proposed landscaping and trees along that property line as well. And that proposed residence to the north is about 85 feet from the proposed structure. How am I doing on time?
I was just going to jump in. Mr. Tomasello, you're about at the halfway point. I'd suggest, you know, a lot of these comments can be discussed when we go through the architectural detailing of what's changed. So I might suggest turning it over to that.
Those are all the ones from the previous hearings that I wanted to get through. We did have responses to each of the March 14th. And so if there's any questions, I'm sure Dedi will address those, but if there's any further questions on those, I'm happy to jump in and address those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, if we can get the drawings up, I'll walk through them. I'll try and get through fairly quickly and really just focus on the issues that you know, were pertinent to the last meeting. And as you probably heard, a lot of these things are somewhat overlapping. So, you know, again, you know, the FAR was reduced to below 85%, and the roof now, only the peak of the roof is at 25 feet. The eaves are actually at 18 foot 5 inches. So, you know, from both sides of the property has a pretty low profile. Okay, let's move through each of the plans. I'm going to skip over a bunch of them that aren't relevant really to the topic at hand. So if we can go to the next sheet, please. And then I think we've seen this. You can see that the footprints of the homes are very similar to the homes in the neighborhood all around it. Next. And next slide. Next. And we can come back to any of these. This is the material board. It's very similar to what it was before, but we lightened up the color palette a little bit and you know, show the typical materials that we're using here, including sandstone, stucco, some wood siding, etc. Wood garage doors and a wood entry door at the front entrance. Next. And keep going. Floor plans haven't really changed significantly. The next one. And the next slide. So we did incorporate into the set the previous design. And again, here you can see the kind of more modern characteristics of what was proposed at the time with these shed roofs and just a more modern appearance, more glass, etc. And the same thing on the east elevation there. There's some stepping effect, but you still have the shed roofs and the sort of interplay of those roofs and a more contemporary look. Next slide. And those are the other two elevations, the south elevation and the west elevation. So in the next slides, you'll see how we've kind of transformed the design of the home, again, to try to be quite a bit more, kind of in keeping with the neighborhood and the more conventional styles of design that exist in the neighborhood. And I've already talked a little bit about the north elevation there. We changed the windows around, made them a little less prominent, smaller. We took a lot of the glass out of the main entrance and created some wood doors there. We're using the sandstone at the entrance adjacent to the entry doors, and then as a low wall, kind of a dado at the base of the building. And then we've added a wood trellis, which we think also kind of softens the facade quite a bit there.
Would it be possible to ask staff to zoom in on the front elevation a little bit better so that the board could see the difference in materials a little bit more clearly? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and so I will talk a little bit about the building heights. As I mentioned already, the eave height, for example, on the west property line is 18 foot 5 inches. So it's really, very low profile on that side. The plate heights are 9 feet for the bedroom wing. So the bedroom wing has a 9-foot ceiling, basically. But the upper level, we've lowered the plate to 8 foot 1. And that is because we felt that with the slope of the roof, creating a kind of cathedral effect in there, that would work for those bedrooms on the upper floors. And when we get to the back elevations, I'll talk more about the plate heights there as well. Whenever you're ready, Leslie, we can move on to the other elevations.
Please feel free to direct staff through these. It's helpful if they zoom in on them so that we can see them
I agree.
properly.
So on the, this is the south elevation. As you can see, it reflects the same roof configuration. Again, much more recognizable as a sort of a more conventional style of home, but still maintaining some of the, contemporary flavor. We reduce some of the glass at the lower level, but that's really mainly the point there is to create a kind of indoor-outdoor relationship with the terrace outside in the backyard. But the one thing I know that it was requested that we reduce the plate. Our plate height in the great room, which is a large room that incorporates kitchen, dining, and living space, we maintain that at 10 feet. But at the second level, we have an 8-foot plate, which provides, which occurs at the master bedroom and then provides sort of a vaulted ceiling inside that master bedroom as well. The overall height, as I mentioned before, is still 25 feet to the roof in this case. And again, the eave height, as I mentioned before, 18 foot 5. If you want to slide that down to the elevation that I believe is the west elevation, just below. Yeah, and the roof just simply reflects the slope of the roofs that you see in both the north and the south elevation. Okay, if we move on then to a couple more images, and that's the roof plan. Here you can see how it's all configured to slope primarily east and west, with the exception of the patio roof and a little shade roof over the glass doors at the great room. Okay, next slide. So these are the sections you see before, and here you can see how the roof works in section, creating kind of a vaulted higher ceiling space inside the bedrooms, while at the same time keeping the plates on the east and west as low as possible. Next slide. And this is really my last slide. And of course, we can go to any of the images in the or any of the sheets in the set if you have particular questions. But here what we did was we created the 3 sections that were asked for. I think Leslie was asking about the height of the wall, which is 6 feet. But one thing you'll notice there that we were able to get the elevations up from Google Earth of the neighboring homes. And
Can we just zoom in on these sections a bit, please, staff?
And then we should also look at the aerial photograph. But here you can see the 6-foot wall, but there's about a 3-foot grade difference between the property at 3852 Penn Place. So it's actually higher than our building, which really visually drops our the height of our home by another 3 feet visually from the Penn Place property. And then we moved the section down through the yard. And here you can see the elevation in the background, the south elevation, but the section of 632 Rolling Brook Lane. And again, it's a little bit higher above the grade of the proposed grade of the proposed home. And you can see that here in the south elevation. And again, you know, the distance between these, our proposed home and the existing homes is about 63 feet, 61 to 63 feet plus or minus. So that, oh yeah, there's one more section. You can zoom out and you can show, well, we can end here if you want to go to any of these.
If you think that's pertinent, Mr. Piker, to show us that last section, you're welcome to before you conclude.
Sure, it's the longitudinal section. I think if you zoom out, you'll see it. And it just shows, again, the huge distances between the proposed home and the home both to the south and the north. So that's pretty much our presentation. And again, just underscoring, I think we kind of walked through how we addressed the various comments from the last meeting, and you've heard how we addressed comments throughout the course of our various meetings here. We're looking for you to grant us design approval so that we can finally move on with the project. And you know, if there are some specific minor comments or changes that you want us to address, ideally we would hope that you would just simply condition the project, because we'll be coming back for final approval in any event, or we could come back on consent for any minor changes that you wish to have us incorporate.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Piker and Mr. Tomasello. I'm assuming that concludes your presentation.
Yes.
And so at this time, it would be an opportunity for the public to speak to this project if anybody is interested, and I'll let staff go ahead and guide us through that process.
Thank you, Vice Chair Claus. If you are attending the meeting and would like to voice any public comment on this particular item, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and then I'll notify staff that you'd like to speak. And let's see, at this time, I do see at least one hand raised. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Nikki Costa. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You'll have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Lovely. Hello, my name is Nikki Costa, and I live at 3814 Connie Way. I want to start by thanking the board for continuing to mediate and to provide oversight and a voice to the community. We don't have any architects in our neighbor group, so we are looking to the board to help us understand the plans being submitted and to look for things that we may not have the training to see. One thing that I would appreciate clarification on are the section views that we just had up on sheet A6-8. I'm concerned that the structures are being misrepresented. For example, 3848 Connie, which is only 1,200 square feet and 14 feet tall, is shown much larger than I would expect compared to Lot 6, which is over double in size and 25 feet tall. These views also do not take into account the grade, or at least our understanding of it, despite the board's request 2 weeks ago. You can see in the picture that we submitted the pretty big difference there between those two structures. It's hard to understand why an architecture firm would have such troubles drafting structures to scale with relative grade. And it leads us to believe that RRM has skewed the designs on paper to lessen the overall bulk scale and potential privacy impacts. Only full level A story poles will give us a clear basis on which to make a decision. We're as tired of this as you are. However, we will continue to submit comments for this house and the 5 others that follow until there is a reasonable design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. Okay, I will move on to Mr. Brian Costa. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. Hello. My name is Brian Costa. I'm a homeowner on Connie Way, and I wanted to follow up on my written comments asking the board to deny approval for the Lot 6 design. This design should be rejected because it's still 2 times the size and almost twice as tall as the surrounding homes. For example, 3848 Connie Way, which is adjacent to Lot 6, is 1,200 square feet and 14 feet tall, whereas the Lot 6 home is almost 3,600 square feet and 25 feet tall. Consequently, this design will never be compatible or blend into our neighborhood, no matter how RM changes the roof lines or the materials used. It's still way too big and will be clearly visible from the public view sheds, creating discord in and forever changing the character of our modest neighborhood. Beyond the design, RM continues to put the board in a difficult spot by brushing aside the neighbors' concerns and the good neighbor policies, as well as selectively ignoring SFDB general guidelines and recommendations. Table 2 in the appendix of my letter summarizes RM's lack of compliance with these requests to date. RM has had more than enough time to address all of these requests and to make meaningful changes. However, they have dragged their feet. They've chosen not to for over 2 years now. Consequently, it's time just to reject this design and move on. As said, if the board does decide this design should move forward, the neighbors request that the board require RM to install full level A story poles for all single and 2-story components of the home. We would also like to ask that once these full story poles are installed, the board members conduct an on-site visit before making any final decisions, so they can see how misleading RM section views are and how out of place the bulk and height of this design is compared to our community. As always, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Next speaker is Mr. McKenzie. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. I'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm traveling, so I'm in the car. Can you hear me enough?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Doug McKenzie, and I'm at 632 Rolling Brook Lane along the western border. We appreciate some of the design changes that have been made to address some of the privacy concerns along our border. We still have concerns about our view of the mountains, which I understand is not necessarily a mandatory thing that they have to comply with, but the story poles as they stand now, our mountain view from the house is completely obliterated, and the change in the roof line isn't going to address any of those issues with that total height of 25 feet. We also have some concern. We appreciate that they have changed, I think reduced the size of windows on the southern elevation on the left side of that, the west side. But we do still have some concerns about the view into our backyard from those windows. And then finally, at one point we had talked to them about, and I understand the pool's not part of the current design, but the pool equipment, if that could be moved away from our, from our fence line,
And at one point, RRM had said that they thought that they could do that, but we see on the plans that's still right on our border. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Our next speaker is Mr. Scribner. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. We'll have 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Scribner. Looks like you're muted. Let's unmute.
There we go. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you again. I feel like we're old friends because we've been here so many times. I've expressed previously as the Costas have about the size and design of this house compared to the neighborhood. As Brian mentioned, this is 2 times larger than the average home in the neighborhood and significantly taller than 90% of the homes in the neighborhood are not 2-story, they're single-story. So this is a significant change. And my concern is that approving this house, and I know there's going to be other homes in this development that are going to propose to be 2-story homes, it's just going to open the floodgates for larger and taller homes to be added to our community, which will forever change the character of our neighborhood. At the last meeting, just 2 weeks ago, RM was instructed to reach out to the neighbors from the Good Neighborhood Policy to listen to our concerns and help to address those concerns. That has not happened. They've made a minor change and come back for approval, hoping to get their plan approved without addressing the neighbors' concerns. And those concerns largely are the size of these homes in comparison to the other homes in the neighborhood. And as Brian and Nikki have suggested, if the board does go ahead and approve this, that they request the full level A story poles to be implemented, and ideally for the entire development, not just for one house, so that you can see the full effect of this development on our neighborhood. There's loss of privacy, in particular in my home, where they have the story poles are still up for lot 4 for the 2-story section, and it just dominates my house. And so there's a significant loss of privacy, and I don't want to have lot 6 approved and then lot 5 and 4 approved to be similar to lot 6. I would really suggest that the full development be approved at one time rather than this piecemeal approach that RM is trying to take currently. And the final thing.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. Your 2 minutes, unfortunately, are up. Apologies.
Ms. Plummer, can we give Mr. Scribner another minute, please, to finish?
Yes, that is your discretion, so we can do that.
Yes, please.
But not beyond that. I want to be mindful that we're giving everyone equitable time.
Understand. Mr. Scribner, are you still there? I think we lost him.
Yes, no, I'm still
here. You have another minute if you have other items that you would like to complete. You have 1 more minute.
Thank you very much for the extra minute. But my last thing is just the hydrology plan. I know that's not part of the lot 6 design, but it's part of the development design. I'm not, frankly, confident in RRM's integrity, I guess, and their hydrology plan that they've submitted. I have significant concerns about the flooding that would occur in my home. They've stated in their plan that the city is going to be liable if that flooding occurs. The city has said the owners of 691 Hope Avenue are going to be liable. And I just have, this has not been resolved, and it's part of the development. It needs to get resolved. I don't want to be left holding the bag on this once this development is completed. So I respectfully request the board to deny this design, wait for the full development plan to be presented, and also allow RRM an opportunity to have an honest and constructive conversation with the neighborhood before they submit that full development plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner and Vice Chair Kalas. Let's see, I see one additional hand raised at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Ms. Title. You'll be allowed to speak for 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Apologies, I'm outdoors. My name is Jillian Title. I'm a homeowner on Connie Way as well. And I just wanted to follow up my written comments and acknowledge that the board has consistently asked the applicants to reduce the bulk and scale of these projects, and they've consistently ignored that direction. Changing the roof line does not change the fact that these houses are, as we've said over and over again, twice the size, if not more, than any home in the surrounding neighborhood. And the roof line does not fundamentally change the entire design. They were asked to review the materials used, and they did so minimally, but not enough to make this proposal conform with the surrounding neighborhood fabric as they've been asked to do. They've also been asked to, Chair Miller last meeting said, your neighbors are pissed, fix that. And they've not done that. They've not even tried to do that. And we're all frustrated. We don't want to continue going around and around in circles. And we don't want the board to have to do that either. So I would like to ask that the board deny this proposal yet again, with appropriate recommendations, basically per the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Title. And at this time, I don't see any additional hands raised. We'll just give it another minute. In the meantime, Ms. Fennessy, can you announce any written correspondence that was received for this item?
Thank you. We did receive 6 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. And at this time, I do not see any more hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy and Ms. Plummer. Okay, so at this time, we're going to take questions from the board. We will start with Mr. Motisha. Mr. Motisha, if you have any questions so we're going to keep this to questions. We want to stay on point here. Just a reminder to all the board members so that we can all possibly be eating by 7 p.m. this evening at a reasonable hour. But I do want to give everybody time. So in order for us to do that and to make a motion, it would give us each about 7 minutes between questions and comments. So if we can just all be kind of mindful of that. And Mr. Motisha, it's your turn for questions.
No questions.
No questions. Great. Okay. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Questions. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any questions? Do we have Mr. Brentlinger? Oh, there he is.
Better to be unmuted here. Yeah. A question for Mr. Pikert, which is what exactly did transpire in terms of further outreach with the neighbors in this case?
Well, we had an extensive meeting on site. We put up story poles for all of the homes when we were basically working with the full development. We've had numerous interactions with some of the neighbors. We took it as far as we can. I mean, there's some certain point where, we're not going to be able to convince people that there's any significant further change. I mean, any issues that have been brought up, the grading and drainage has nothing to do with this development. I mean, those are things that are already kind of in process right now with the city in detail, and we're working with the city closely to follow all of the objective requirements and technical requirements to make that fully functional in exactly the way the city wants it. But as far as, you know, we did review with the community, the entire subdivision. We put up soaring poles for the entire subdivision, et cetera. We had meetings on site, walked around with them, had extensive conversations, et cetera. But there's just a fundamental disconnect here. This is a large lot. We've complied with the objective design standard of 85% of the allowable FAR, which is 100% of the FAR. And we, you know, I just don't know where else we can take it. I don't think, you know, further meetings over coffee are going to get us any further along.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would add to that, I'm sorry, board member Brent Langer, but we also had done, we've spent countless hours with neighbors on all sides of us, including those on Penn Place as well, to actually walk the site. We had meetings, we had all of the plans there. We you know, described at length of how the city process works and how the changes that we've made along the way to, you know, try to get to a place that this is going to be acceptable. The reality is that this is also a schematic level or entitlement level. So we don't have, you know, full working drawings of all of these things quite yet. And so I think, you know, some of the, you know, absolute details, you know, we just simply don't have at this time. And
okay,
back at final.
Okay, then let me just put a pin in that, which is when would you say the last meeting was with any of the neighbors?
The last meeting was, I believe, this past summer, prior to the August 30th hearing. And then there's been additional correspondence. You know, we've been good about sending our plans early so that they have time to review in these couple of meetings that we've been to this month. So we're trying to be cordial and work with them and at least, you know, make sure that they have the information at hand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tomasello. Those are all of my questions. Thanks again.
Okay. I just have, if we could just take a look at the floor plan quickly. I think that the tall window in the front that we're seeing is in the stairwell. I'm trying to confirm that. And then I'm trying to understand where the 3 windows are on the front facade on the 2nd floor. Someone could help me out with that.
Yeah, if we can look at the floor plans, we can do it. You have to just flip through here to get to them.
Could you perhaps direct staff to the page of the PDF? It'll help them get to those.
I'm not sure what the floor plan page is, maybe 6?
I was going to guess 7.
7, you may be right.
Page 8.
Okay, that's the, so go back 1 and that'll get us to, so that's the ground level floor plan that you're looking at here. And there's the stairwell. You can see it goes up from the entry area to a landing and then doubles back to go to the 2nd story. And that's the window there. That's probably a little out of proportion in the plan. I think the elevation shows it being narrower.
Right. Okay. And then could we look at the 2nd floor quickly so I could understand where the 3 windows are on the upper floor plan?
You can see that they're just in the bathroom there.
They're in the master bath. Okay.
Yeah, over the master bath.
Okay. And the exterior material that's being proposed for the roof is a standing seam metal roof, but it's a darker color. Do we have color boards on here? I think you had shown one previously with materials on it.
Yes. I think that's earlier in the set. I'm not sure what the number is in Jolie or Tony. Just go back to, just keep leafing back. There we go.
Okay. Okay, so it's a darker color.
Yeah,
And
kind of a
then
medium
some,
bronze.
okay. And then some of these awnings and exterior trellises that you're proposing, I'm assuming would match that metal roofing or the window colors. Is that a correct assumption?
Well, in this particular case, we don't have any metal awnings on this elevation.
No, but on the rear elevation, I think, or the side elevation, I think I saw some.
Yes. We can go to the elevation sheets again. Yeah, they would match. That's the idea. They would be a medium bronze as well.
Okay. Okay. And do we have a landscape plan for this?
I think you've looked at the landscape plan, and we had comments on that last time, but there wasn't any comment that
I think you're right. If I could just take a quick look at it again, please.
Sure. Is that towards the end of the set there, Julie?
Yeah, they're towards the set.
It's the L1 sheet.
L1.
So if you, yeah, but I guess I don't know what number that is on this one, probably close to 19 or 18 maybe. It's past the civil sheets. There we go.
You can see on the west side, there's a number 12 there that indicates a privacy hedge on that side. And of course, we have the grove of trees to the north, those oak trees that are being preserved that create kind of a pretty strong buffer there. And then we have a kind of a hedge along that north fence line as well.
Okay. Has an arborist been consulted relative to the drip line of those trees and the front portion of the home there on the west side? Looks like it encroaches on the drip line. And I know there's kind of a standard rule of thumb related to how much you can encroach on a drip line.
Yeah, we comply with that encroachment. We didn't have an arborist look at this particular grove of trees, but we had for one of the other lots had an arborist out and advised as to how a minor encroachment like this would be. This is less than what would be allowed. So.
Okay.
The arborist is the property as well.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Ms. Wall? Or I wasn't able to understand you. Something happened with the audio?
Oh, no, just basically, yes, the arborist looked at the trees on site initially. So.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions. So we'll go to comments. We'll start with Mr. Motisha, please.
Yes, I think the architect and presenter has done what we asked them to do, which was make the design a little more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And they have. I think I see major changes to it. To the design, to the exterior elevations that are more compatible with the whole area, that whole San Roque area over there, off of Hope and all the houses. Granted, the houses are smaller in the area. I'm a developer in a town. Somebody gave me $300,000. I'd added 1,000 square feet to my house, and I'm pretty sure that over the years, every house that gets sold on those three streets, Pym, Connie Way, and Rolling Rock, whatever it is, will gain in square footage, because that's what the trend is, to have bigger house. You know, everybody's saying, well, let's live in these miniature houses. Nobody's going to live in a miniature house when they can afford and want a 3,000 square foot house, one way or the other. And a lot of those small houses on those streets will gain second floors and gain 1,000 square feet in their house. And this is not a precedent that we're setting. It's just what is going, in what direction the architecture is going now in this here. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Motisha. Mr. Arakelian, do you have any comments?
I do. So I just to put on the record, I have reviewed all the public comments received. Appreciate everyone's input there. I believe the new roof configuration is a major improvement, going to, I believe, a 312 pitch. Believe is aesthetically appropriate, strongly shows neighborhood compatibility. I've been reviewing the page 11 of the PDF, A6-4, proposed north elevation. I believe the new entry door design there on the north elevation and the wood awning and the change in the sizes of the fenestrations, believe all those elements really softens the design and makes it much more aesthetically appropriate. With that said, you know, I still have some minor things such as, you know, I'm looking at the east elevation on this page, and it, you know, along the south elevation, there's still that large flat overhang, and from the last meeting, I would like there to be some pitch there, but unless other board members do not have strong feelings, I'm fine with it. The applicant mentioned a 10-foot plate height that remained at the great room despite the 25-foot total height. I'm reviewing 26C of our guidelines, and I appreciate the applicant emphasizing the 25 feet maximum that they're trying to conform to. I'm still having a little trouble with the 10-foot plate height in the great room. I would like it to be 9 feet. But despite what it says in our guidelines, I mean, I believe it's minor, unless other board members have strong feelings. And if other board members do not, I'm willing to give this PDA. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Arakelian. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. You know, this has been a tough one. I think that the neighborhood still has a number of concerns that have been voiced on this project, and I would expect to hear them on the other homes yet to be built there. That's not what's in front of us today. And I would say that the applicant has made changes that were requested of them. And I do look at a few facts, such as, you know, legally they could build to 30 feet and they are building at 25. This is a larger lot. So by basis of FAR, they're complying with the bulks that are permitted site of this size. So I think that I think we're at a place where, you know, a decision has to be made, and I think we're at least I'm willing to go forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Brentlinger. I will be painfully honest with everybody. I was trying to open up drawings today so I could take a look at this, and I was really reluctant to do so because I felt like we were going to see exactly what we've seen for the last 3 or 4 meetings or more. And when this popped up on the screen, because I wasn't able to do that, I was very pleasantly surprised to see the efforts that had been made on the applicant's part. This feels much more compatible to me with the neighborhood in terms of style and the opportunity for some step down around the edges, especially in the front. And the changes in the roof lines are much more traditional, much more in keeping with sort of the traditional ranch style of many of the homes in the area. And the use of materials, I think, is greatly improved. The sandstone sort of acting as a plinth rather than a wall element. And the change in the color scheme, I think, really helps this sort of recede and quiet down also. So I'm generally pleased with what I see. And my only sort of more fastidious comments would be that it would be nice to see the window in the stairwell may be modified so that it's not quite so tall and narrow, not quite so modern. I think there's a pretty modern element to the right of that. And I don't know if the elements in the bathroom upstairs could be swapped so that maybe those that triptych of windows there could be moved over a little bit more centrally in terms of that massive wall there. I think that would help if it could be centered a little bit better from left to right on the second floor. But these are really nuances relative to what we've been talking about to date, which is sort of bigger picture stylistic issues. And I think the applicants really have gone the extra mile to getting this kind of where it needs to be. And so I'm generally in agreement with the rest of the board. I know that the neighbors are concerned, but I will repeat some of the things that Mr. Brentlinger brought up. And this is for the benefit of all, really. We are beholden to our guidelines. And while we understand the disruption that this is going to create to your neighborhood, the change that it will have, I do agree with Mr. Motisha that, things change in neighborhoods and they evolve over time. I had a period of time where I grew up over on Callecita in a little one-story something, and I drive by there now and it's got a big 2-story addition on it. There's a home on, I think it's Penn Place that I drove by the other day, and a large unit has been placed on the back of it, which is 2 stories. So I do think that you're going to see more and more of that going on just because the value of land in town is so high. And this does meet our guidelines. It meets our guidelines in terms of heights. It meets our guidelines in terms of, I think, compatibility with the neighborhood in terms of style. And they have clearly met the FAR requirements. So I am also willing to move this forward. I do think it would be advisable to request story polls before we give this final approval. And I think that's fair to the neighbors. I would not be surprised if they were to appeal this project. And I think that having full disclosure of information and volumes and story polls on site would be reasonable. Those are my comments. I don't know if anybody would like to make a motion, but I'm very willing to hear it if somebody is.
I'll try it.
Thank you, Mr. Motisha. I appreciate that.
Apologies, Vice Chair Kalas. I just wanted to jump in and maybe if the case planner, Kathleen Kennedy, also has any comments, she can provide them. So they're here for just project design approval. It's your discretion to grant that. Typically, story polls are associated with basically a tool for the board to assess size, bulk, and scale. So if you do want to see story polls at this particular property, since that's the only item that's being reviewed today, staff would suggest having that element required prior to project design approval where we're making findings about size, bulk, and scale. At final approval, we're just reviewing substantial conformance with the plans granted project design approval and final details. So I'll leave it to the board with that.
Thank you for that information. And then let me ask the applicant a question before Mr. Motesha makes an effort here at a motion. There are existing story poles out on site at present, specifically on this lot, I believe, and the one adjacent to it. Would the applicants be able to speak how relevant they are or how reflective they are of the design that's before us today rather than previous iterations of the design? Could the applicant speak to that?
Sure. And Tony, you may have something to add. No, the story poles are, really for a different design, but the second story element is, indicated, I guess, but, at the time that those story poles were done, the house was taller than it is right now. And I want to just add that typically story poles are not indicated for homes that follow the neighborhood design guidelines, neighborhood preservation guidelines for homes that are 85% or less of the FAR, whereas they are at the discretion of the board indicated potentially for homes that are greater than 85% FAR. And I just add, they're expensive to do. And they, we've already spent a lot of money doing story poles. And I think when you as architects, you can see that the design of this home with the way the roofs are configured now, I don't think you're going to really reveal anything further with story poles. I don't think they add anything other than further delay and pain for the applicant, for the owner of the property.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at on the story poles. I really hope that we're not going to be asking for story poles for this home.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Piker. Thank you for answering the question. Okay, so it is to the board for a motion if somebody would like to make a motion.
I think I already volunteered.
I think you did.
Yeah, I would like to give this project design approval with a couple comments and neighborhood preservation findings.
And board member Motesha, I'll just ask as you go through the findings and when they're up on the screen, just give clear reason on each of the items, how the project meets those findings.
For each of the neighborhood preservation findings?
That's correct. And any additional comments you'd like to provide.
So Mr. Motesha, it's important to be very articulate with these findings and specifics in the event that this project is appealed, given the neighbors' concerns. So we just want to be very clear on why we're comfortable making project design approval today.
Yeah, we'll try to be very articulate.
Thank you.
Before I get to the neighborhood preservation findings, I'd like to add a couple comments to the motion. I think that the developer or the architect should tweak like I said, the fenestration, as board member Kloss has mentioned, in the front north elevation of the house, to maybe move the bathroom windows over to the west a little bit, and to make the stairwell fenestration not as tall and not as modern. I think that's my only comments about that. Now I'll move to neighborhood preservation findings. Number one, consistency and appearance. The board feels that consistency and the appearance of the new elevations and exterior elevations are within the character of the city and enhance the appearance of the neighborhood are similar to the neighborhood and not as modern. I'll leave it there. Not as they are similar to a neighborhood. Number 2, compatibility with size, bulk, and scale. The board feels that this house number 6 that we are addressing is within our guidelines of size, bulk, and scale, and because of our requests and what the architect has done to the appearance of the outside, that has reduced the look of the size, bulk, and scale of the house in question. Quality of materials and architecture are board feels are very excellent, very good, and maintain the natural appearance of the original of the neighborhood. Number 4, trees. Any trees that are added to the
Mr. Motisha, I'm gonna step in and try to help you out a little bit here, if you don't mind. You may want to address the specimen oaks that are being retained on the property.
Okay, again, any trees that are added to the property should be indicated, and any trees that specifically the oak trees to the west should be shown and delineated and preserved.
They are being preserved.
Okay. They are being preserved, and thank you. Health, safety, and welfare, number 5. Health, safety, and welfare of the projects is protected and preserved. Good neighbor guidelines. I think the developers and the architects have met with the neighborhood several times through the 2 years, approximate 2 years of trying to get this project through, and the board feels that it's enough to allow the neighborhood to voice their opinion, and that is what has generally given to the design of what we have now approached. Public views. Houses, there are, I think, two-story, if I'm not right, if I'm not wrong, in the neighborhood, and they are set back to the north of each of lots. And the heights of the houses are within our guidelines, well below 5 feet below. This one house is 5 feet below the height of the ridge line of the height, and this does not interfere with any public views, only private views a little.
Which are, yeah, they're not protected. Okay.
And that's my motion. Thank you.
Great. I will second that motion, and I would like to ask the maker of the motion if they are amenable to adding a condition that if pool equipment is to be added, that it be or included in the project, that it be placed as far away as possible from this, I believe it was the southerly property line. I believe that was the concern of one of the neighbors. And that it be appropriately screened, both visually and for acoustical reasons, which it would be required anyhow, but I think it would be good to have that as part of the approval.
I agree with it.
Okay, and I will second that with the amendment. So
I would like to see the budget come back to the full board whenever for our final approval.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table that has been seconded. Mr. Brentlinger and Mr. Arkelian. I just want Arkelian, I'm sorry, thinking Ohan and Arkelian at the same time. Mr. Arkelian and Mr. Brentlinger, is there anything that you want added to this motion, or do you feel comfortable with it as it stands and is seconded?
I would ask for it to just, if staff can repeat it one more time, and then should be good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. If staff could do so.
Thank you. I have project design approval and continue indefinitely to the full board with following comments in a condition. The applicant shall study the fenestration in the north elevation of the house to move bathroom windows to the west and to make the stairwell fenestration not as tall and not as modern. New elevations within the character of the city appearance. So this is starting with the neighborhood preservation findings, and it is similar to the neighborhood styles. The residence is within the guidelines of the size, bulk, and scale because the board's request and the appearance to reduce the look of the size, bulk, and scale. Materials are excellent and maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline in the neighborhood. The specimen oaks are being retained and preserved. It has health, safety, and welfare findings, and that the good neighborhood guidelines are met with the neighborhood because they met with the neighborhood several times to voice their opinion. The two stories in the neighborhood and are set back to the north. The height is within the guideline, 5 feet below the ridgeline height, and do not interfere with any public views. And the condition is if any pool equipment is to be added, that it be placed as far away as possible from the southerly property line and screened.
Thank you.
Apologies, Vice Chair Kalas, and then to the motion maker, Mr. Motisha. Although it's not included, staff would like you to go through the grading findings as well. It's not listed, but the grading findings should also apply to this project. Ms. Rydell, if you could go to those findings so that can be included in the motion. Thank you.
You want me, okay, one, proposed grading will not significantly increase siltation in or decrease water quality of streams, drainage, or water storage facilities to, can't read it, to whatever property drains. Sorry, can't read it. It's covered up. The proposed grading will not cause a substantial loss of southerly woodland habitat.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is on the table. Mr. Brentlinger and Mr. Arkelian, are you comfortable with it as read by staff?
But would the maker of the motion like to add, if the applicant would consider adding a pitch to the overhang along the south elevation? I mean, adding additional pitch.
A pitch to the window over the first floor of the south elevation?
There's an overhang that appears to be nearly flat along the south elevation, and I would like for the applicant to.
I like that, and it's not against our guidelines, and it's not a roof. It's similar to a trellis, and we put trellises on a. Sorry, I won't extend my opinion. No, I will not add that to the motion.
Okay. I'm fine.
Mr. Brentlinger, is there anything else that you would like to add, request of the maker of the motion, or are you comfortable with the motion as it stands and having a roll call based on what we have in front of us?
I'm ready for the roll call.
Great. Okay, so we will take a roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Arakalian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chair Kalas, board members, for your patience. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts to come to center. It's very much appreciated. I would like to say to the neighbors that I know there may be some frustrations, but your efforts have resulted in a different project. And I think you've made a difference in your neighborhood. So congratulations for being a part of the dialogue. There is a 10-day appeal period for this project. If anybody from the public is interested in pursuing an appeal, they may do so by following the instructions on the screen or contacting planning staff at the City of Santa Barbara or the city clerk's office. Thank you, everybody, for staying a little bit later this evening, and enjoy the rainy weather. Our meeting is adjourned for March 28th. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.